Can you guys hear my mic? I didn't mean to like hit the like actual show button, but I'm here now. You know, sometimes this happens. Pong Soul is under Steel. Yes, I'm on Steel side. We have swapped sides today, in case anybody was wondering. Yeah. I am currently trying to figure out my mic situation, so just be patient with me on that. But I'm close. I'm almost there. Just to let you guys know, I'm very close. But I wanted to say hi to you guys first. You know, you might as well say what's going on with the fam. Hi, y'all. Y'all already in here rocking and rolling. We already have people dropping off some bags for Pong. Pong, shout out to these beautiful people real quick, man. Roll them on in here while I finish getting this situation settled, man.
Who showed up early today? Bold Alpha?
We have Bold, Decado. They was lighting it up.
How many did we get? Do we even know? Because I can't see it.
You can't see it?
No, because I can't
go back. All right, well, Bold started with a great 10 bomb.
Okay, 10 bomb from Bold, all right.
And then Decado with another 10 to follow up.
Okay.
And then Decado hit us with the 10 bones.
Again?
Not he didn't hit us with the bomb. He just hit us with the bones. Yeah, with a super chat.
Okay, all right. So, attention, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. We have started the hype train early. Actually, we are actually late today because Steel's camera, unfortunately, took a beating. That's right. He got pissed off at his camera today, and he fucking crushed the shit out of that motherfucker is what he did.
With my thighs.
He is attempting to tape it back together right now because of his rage. That's right. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, aboard the Splitters Hype Train. Welcome to another Saturday morning of Living Split Screen. And we are going to let everybody get seated and buckled in. I'm going to need you all to tighten down those 4-point harnesses this morning because, as Steel just mentioned, we had some bags of coal dropped off. We added 4 more cars. 2, thanks to the one and only Bold Alpha Wolfpack with the 10 bomb. That's right. He flew overhead early, dropped off that bag of coal, and Steel and I shoveled it on into the burning furnace and got that fire hot this morning. That's right, everybody. So we are in a mock 3.0 thanks to Bold Alpha Wolfpack, but not to be outdone, the one and only Decado. That's right. As you heard Steel also mention, flew overhead as well. And he said, I see ya, Bold Alpha Wolfpack. I'm getting on the court with that easy 10 dunk myself. And we're going to add 2 more cars to the Splitters Hype Train, and we're going to get this thing up to a mock 4.0 early on a Saturday morning. Thanks to Bold Alpha and Decado for their generosity. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo. Keeping us ad-free in 2024. Hashtag no beans. Hashtag your goal is still 69, everybody. That's right. It never changes here on Living Split Screen. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. That's right. We are starting it off early, and Steel is still blank, and I think I'm still
I'm here. I'm here. I am here, but I'm rolling it on in.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I know. I didn't turn my camera on yet. No,
that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
I need a moment. And man, at least like some places, when I tell you I'm gonna turn my camera on, I actually turn my camera on.
Yep.
You know, I don't get you to hit a goal and then we never turn the cameras on. Shout out to Randy Jess.
Is that what you're doing? Okay. Brett Bingham, shout out to you for the reminder too that Midnight Suns, everybody, once again, Midnight Suns is back on sale through Xbox. If you have not played Midnight Suns, go get it. Add it to the library each and every week. Not even a joke on X. I see somebody new. Sometimes it's completely random people because COG retweets them all the damn time. Starting to play Midnight Suns or getting into Midnight Suns halfway through and just absolutely loving the game and calling it a gem. So now's your chance to go buy Midnight Suns again for 75% off. Anyways, everybody, I hope your week's been freaking amazing. As Steel and I were talking about in the background before he accidentally hit the live button, because again, he's in an absolute rage this morning. And so he's doing some crazy, wild things out here. I was just telling Steel, and I shared it with him as DMs. He hasn't had a chance to look at it yet, but I just saw on X as well It is crazy. We talked about this a couple times here, guys. What I feel, right, is been, that the Hollywood is no longer what it once was. Somebody did one of those posts where they're like, all these movies launched in, 1989 or whatever the case may be. This one specifically was June of 1984. Okay. So 1 month in June. Remember how I talked about we used to go to movie theaters and we, sneak into the next movie. It was a whole day of movies because there's so many good ones playing all the damn time. This is just 1 month, June of 1984. I was 9 years old and I saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think 5 of these in the theater. One of them, two of them, or 3 of them, there's no way that my parents let me see. But anyways, Ghostbusters.
Shout out to Ghostbusters.
The Karate Kid. Star Trek: The Search for Spock. Gremlins. Conan the Barbarian. Bachelor Party with, of course, Tom Hanks. Fucking amazing. I saw that later. Obviously, I didn't see that when I was 9 years old. Saw that later in life. Funny as hell. Rhinestone, which I don't remember. Sylvester Stallone and Dolly Parton. I don't know if I've ever seen that movie where Sylvester is a taxi cab driver. And then Streets of Fire, which is completely an underrated movie that I saw later in life as well. Streets of Fire is freaking awesome. If you guys have not seen that, the cover art alone deserves a watch. But think about that. Ghostbusters, Karate Kid, Search for Spock, Gremlins, and Conan the Barbarian. And let's throw in Bachelor Party because Bachelor Party is a classic too. All in June of 1984. Fuck, man. What a time to be alive, bro. 1 fucking month of movies, man. Yo, love that shit. Yeah, Streets of Fire. Ron Slusher knows what I'm talking about. Great movie. Underrated. Yeah, man, that's what we missed out on, man. We missed that now. Yeah. Decano says, Pong, we didn't buy a ticket. Always kept a theater job. Oh, nice. One of us always kept a theater job. Good for you guys. Yeah, no, we used to do the one, buy one and then just, again, you leave the theater as soon as it's out and you just go right down the hall and sneak into the next one, right? Especially during the off days or the matinees where they didn't care, or even the really busy days when there was tons of people walking around. They never fucking saw that shit. We just used to do that all the time as kids too, man. So, but yeah, Tim the Sorcerer says he saw most of those in the cinema. Yeah, man. Crazy time to be alive for sure. But what a week, everybody. Gamescom. Huge week. Lots of energy, both positive and negative, of course, as always. Take the good with the bad when it comes to these things. Obviously, we got plenty of reasons for that, and Steele and I are going to talk about those things coming up here as soon as Steele gets himself situated and fixed. Gamescom has not disappointed. Let's put it that way. This feels like a second E3, a second Gamers Christmas, to me at least. I haven't even had a chance to watch everything yet because, of course, time frame wise, I'm at work when everything's going on over at Gamescom. So I have not been able to catch up on everything yet. I have not been able to go back and watch all the trailers in 4K. But my God, man, talk about lineups, right? Talk about new games coming and new announcements coming. And even 2025 is starting to line up. And I think Steele and I are going to talk about that because 2025, just from what we know, big game wise, right? Especially if GTA 6 does make it, 2025 is going to be ridiculous. This will be the 3rd year in a row that I look at those lineups of games across the board and go, holy shit, man. What are we going to do? Like, there's not enough time. As Brett Bingham said, his wallet hurts from all these game launches. Yeah, my wallet hurts too. This is the most I've spent. Again, I blew my budget really early on this year. Like, I'm already over my budget. I'm usually very strict with that, right? So I'm already way over my budget. I'm joining Ubisoft Plus this week so that I can play Star Wars Outlaws, go back and play Assassin's Creed Mirage, and that kind of stuff. But yeah, man, the past 2 years, including this year, and we're going to end it even stronger than we started, just have been crazy. But you throw in next year, that's going to be 3 years in a row of nonstop gaming. That's why I call this the golden age. So Gamescom is definitely going to be a big part of the conversation. Obviously, 30 frames per second back in vogue again. I'm sure Steele and I are going to talk about that due to the interview. Shout out to Cog.
That's fine.
And shout out to Maddie Plays. Shout out to Defining Duke for getting a great interview with Avowed. A couple of the devs from Avowed. It was a fantastic interview, but obviously Cog asked a tough question about the frames, and he got an answer. And it's another one of those.
No, man, the frames are fine, man. What do you mean? What are you talking about? It's not even. Dev. It's not something to talk about, man.
It is something to talk about. I actually hit Cog up in the DMs about it because I had to know if when the camera turned off, he had talked to the devs a little bit more about this. If the devs are actually aware of what this will do to the console launch, whether people agree that it's a big deal or not, it does not matter about your feelings personally. We know what it does as a general rule nowadays to have that what is perceived as a negative against your game before it even launches when it comes to 30 frames per second in 2024 on a powerful piece of hardware like the Series X, where we've seen time and time and time and time again devs who claim they can't do 60 frames, creative decision, it's not needed, all the excuses, bullshit excuses they've given us, and then months later they patch it in. Right? So it does, whether you like it, agree, disagree, whatever, or not, it does give you a negative press when you come out and say something like, "Oh, well, yeah, it's a single player first person shooter. You really don't need anything more than 30 frames." The fuck are we talking about? Again, we are not stupid, devs. Stop treating us like we're stupid. But anyways, we'll get into that as well. What else, Steele? Of course, we had the Indiana Jones reveal this week, which was massive. And then, of course, one more thing, PlayStation, spring next year, Indiana Jones, Great Circle. Then we had the Phil interview the following day, where basically he did rip off the Band-Aid. Everybody's out here still claiming rip off the Band-Aid. There is no more fucking Band-Aid. You're looking at the wound right now. Okay, you're looking at the gaping wound right now.
Whoa.
There is no more Band-Aids.
The gaping hole?
Yes. It is. Listen, he's not going to come out and say every game, day and date, PlayStation, Nintendo Switch 2. He's not going to do that because that's not how you publish games. That's not how they're going to publish games. But if you don't understand the whole slate's fucking going at some point, one way or the other, I can't tell you anything anymore. Okay? You're going to have to figure this shit out on your own. Like I said, the next thing y'all need to start, the people that are upset about this shit at this point, the people who are still up in their feelings about Xbox going this route, and again, I personally don't like it, but I've accepted the fact that they are going to evolve, whether we like it or not. This is the future. But the next step for y'all that are still up in your feelings and are absolutely destroyed by this news is you're going to have to come to grips that Xbox is going to publish PS5 Pro better versions of these games as well. So when that PS5 Pro, and again, I know still some people are saying it's not real. I'm on the side that says it is real, it's coming. When that PS5 Pro shows up, you better damn believe they're not leaving money on the table. They will have PS5 Pro versions of first-party title Xbox games that run better on a PlayStation than any current Xbox hardware potentially.
Think so?
Prepare yourself. This is biz. And Phil said it in his interview. Straight up. For anybody who did not know, the Money Men are running the show. 1,000%. They have high expectations to deliver within Microsoft. Money. Period, point blank, end of fucking story. So Steele and I are going to talk about that because Steele and I are definitely have been for a long time since ever, obviously this started happening and we, have been trying to tell everybody, listen, this is going forward. Like they're not stopping. Like this is going to keep happening. Please, we're going to talk about this, but Phil, since you're doing this, unleash the Titans. Like I said last night, Give these poor PlayStation players some fucking multiplayer games that are actually good. Give them fucking Halo. Give them fucking Gears. Unleash them. Just put them over there. Let's get the let's get the player bases up. But we really need to show PlayStation only fans what a fucking real shooter is, okay? And what real shooting gameplay is. Because oh boy.
I mean, they had Uncharted.
Boy. Steel, some of these guys, some of these dudes who act like they've been gaming forever, they didn't even play that fucking game and we know it. Okay.
What, Uncharted?
Boy. When you got people out here claiming that Concord is peak gameplay. Yeah, Phil, bring them. Unleash the Titans, bro. Unleash the Titans. It's time. It's perfect timing. It's time to dominate the PlayStation charts. It's time to dominate even more so, right? Their playtime and what they're spending their monies in. Just unleash the Titans, bro. Give it to them. We're going to talk about that too as well. So, but yeah. Brett says, I work at a studio and I haven't seen a PS5 Pro SDK yet, so it probably isn't coming this year. Furthermore, after Hiroki's visit, I think the PS5 Pro got scrapped. I'm hearing differently, Brett, from other people who are associated with studios that the Pro has been spotted. So maybe it hasn't gone out to every developer yet. I don't know, Brett. Obviously, I don't know who you work for, and you got your secrets, brother, and I totally appreciate that. So I'm not going to obviously deny you and what you're saying. Obviously, I get it. I'm just saying I've heard the opposite, that has been out in the wild for some time now. Whether true or not, maybe Hiroki did delay it. I'm still expecting that September showcase that everybody's been hinting at. I do think that's real, and I do think it's going to be a hopes and dreams, and I think we see the PS5 Pro there. And I think it launches this holiday or early next year. And they're going to showcase the hell out of whatever they've got for it, which is going to be a bunch of remakes and remasters done with PS5 Pro specs, along with a game or two new, and then a bunch of third-party stuff. And obviously GTA 6 is going to be a big part of that. I'm sure Hiroki and Herman are crossing their fingers and all of their toes, praying that they get GTA 6 out next year, right? So, but yeah, again, I think it's real, but we'll see, Brett. Maybe it has been totally scrapped and we'll never hear about it again, and it'll be the weirdest thing ever. That everybody was sure it was coming, but it's good. Again, this generation has not gone like any of us expected it, really. So, but no matter what, we got a lot to get into. So, Steel, are you ready?
I think so, almost. I'm trying to figure out my mic situation.
You order a new camera from Amazon, have it delivered to your house, and now you're plugging it all within the past 30 minutes. Is that what you did?
No, I didn't do that. I didn't order a camera off of Amazon and get it instantly delivered. That definitely did not happen.
What? They got Gator delivery down there, don't they?
Gator delivery. Is that what?
Fuck yeah, they can swim across fucking swamp. They don't need to use roads. Fuck. They just do a straight line. What's the fastest way between 2 points? Steel, a straight line, right? Gators give you that fucking opportunity.
Sometimes I wonder, I don't know where you think that I live.
Amazon Gators.
But in these parts of Florida, I don't think it works like that. I really don't. We just don't. There's not a swamp in my backyard with some gators rolling around. You throw that away from me, please. There's nothing crazy like that happening, and I appreciate your assistance. But I think I got my camera situation fully situated. I believe we're about to find out here.
The full nakedness now.
I probably will. I was trying to throw some clothes on real quick. Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. Let's see.
Dixie goes, there is video of the gators carrying packages in their mouth to people's houses.
Okay, now that is true. That we were doing that.
Of course, bro. Again, I make half this shit up, but when it comes to Florida, the shit turns out to be fucking real in some way, shape, or form. Like, it's partially real. Again, there are signs in Florida that say don't fuck the gators. So again, you got weird people down there. That's all I'm saying.
Is that all you're saying? Okay. Let's see here. Because now it's acting like it won't allow me to bring up my camera, because of course it won't. If it did that, things would be too easy. So we'll just see if this ends up working.
Xbox is going to launch next gen in 2026. Their version of it, they may skip the PS5 Pro and may flip that R&D over to a PS6 and just try to get it out as soon as possible as well. I totally can hear that. And if that happened, it wouldn't be like, oh, I wouldn't be coming on here going, holy shit, I'm totally shocked that Sony just flipped everything around. Nah, I wouldn't be like that. I'm just of the belief that they're still going to continue with exactly how they moved during the PlayStation 4 era. They're going to finish this generation out the same way. And I think that's just my belief, right? Again, it's just personal opinion at this point. So we're going to find out.
No, it's just messed up. The cable's messed up. It ain't
nope,
too tight.
I'm not saying that, Brett, either. Nope. I'm not into bestiality. Again, you gotta go check all those stats on those Baldur's Gate 3 players and find out who was fucking bears, and then you'll find out who would do that to a gator. Me? No. That ain't happening, bro. I ain't into that shit.
You're not into that? You're not into that gator love?
No.
Gator love.
Dip down. I think it was you. Was it
what
you?
Up, Dip
down? Dip, I totally forgot to answer your question on X, by the way, too. I think it was you, Dip. Was it you, Dip?
I said it's gator love.
Yeah, it was. It was you, Dip.
All right, I'm going to hear another brief interruption. Excuse me.
I posted that. That's Sony. Oh, am I going to get interrupted too?
Probably. All right. I think we're locked and loaded, ladies and gentlemen.
Are we? And are we in the right position?
It depends on what position that you like.
Oh, 69.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah,
we are in the right position.
We are in the right positions.
Can everybody hear me?
Everybody, let me know if everything is going smoothly.
Yeah, I just want to make sure everybody can hear me. But yeah, Dip Down, you asked me if I was an AV guy because I reposted that old school Sony stack stereo, and I said I want now. I used to be. Currently, I'm not an AV guy. Used to be home and car. Yes, big time. When 5.1 hit, with my ex-wife, our house was the house that everybody came over to watch movies at because I had the full fucking setup.
You were that guy.
With it tuned. Yes, I was that guy. So yes, have I been an AV guy in my life? Absolutely, I have. Right? Was I spending money on home speakers before most people were spending that kind of money on home speakers? Yes, I was back in the day, way back in the day. But it hasn't been that way for a long time. I've been out of the AV for a long time just due to money and everything else and just whatever.
It gets expensive.
Yeah, it was, and especially nowadays, it's not a joke anymore. Like again, like it's stupid how much money you can spend these days on AV, really good AV. So yes, I have that in me. And again, car audio, same thing. I used to install car stereos, did all that shit. Right, it was big into it, but not anymore. Obviously, I just don't do it. But for me, I have that nostalgia now when I'm old, and I do have this idea, like I'm getting rid of a ton of my shit, right? But I do have this idea when I resettle again that I do want to get an old school stack stereo again. And I do
they put out good audio.
They put out fucking fantastic audio, bro, and they're dope as fuck to look at. I don't care what anybody says. They take up too much room. You don't need all that nowadays. Just get yourself sound bars, blah, blah, blah.
It looks dope as fuck. There
is something dope as fuck as an actual old school stereo system with the fucking lights, beats, and the fucking equalizers hitting. Oh,
I love that shit.
I love it. So
that's the biggest thing I miss about the 90s.
Yeah. So I have this dream that once I get resettled again and kind of get rid of all my shit and get settled, I will go out and splurge on an old school setup like that with a stack. I'll get the fucking glass door case like we used to have back in the day too, because that was dope as shit. And I want that, man. I do want that stereo. I want those stereos again. So we're gonna definitely do that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am finally back, locked and loaded and focused and ready to rock. As you can tell, a little bit of a different angle. I was messing with my camera because I got tired of it not being stable because of how much I move, right? I'm a very animated person. I like to talk with my hands a lot. And because of that, it was just shaking stuff. And I hate when my camera would shake. Because it was kind of held up a different way. I was trying to use some different things. Had some, it involved using some zip ties. And, zip ties are good for a lot of things, but some things that they're not. So it is what it is. But quick intro. You guys are locked in with Living Split Screen. This is a non-console centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain I. That T is a 7 everywhere. Google's the easiest place that you can get that information typed in and find me on the double. But Living Split Screen is also the home of that RTS view. That's that real-time strategy, because we like to pull ourselves out of the map, look at the darker crevices of that map, put together our foundation, the resources for our foundation, so we can potentially build up a conversation for all the beautiful people within the gaming industry, since nobody likes Phil's lies anymore. That's a big part of it. Also, let me interrupt the intro and say this as well. Let me know how Pong and I's audio is sounding. I know Pong was coming in and saying that he had some issues last night. I may be a little hot as well. I'm going to go ahead and turn myself back down. So apologies on that. If things are going a little bit crazy. Nixie says cameras can't catch up with Steel Speed. He's like Mike Tyson of gaming content. You stupid. You stupid as hell. I say hands. They definitely got to take it to the next level. That's a fact. Now I got all the hands. I can't keep up. But anyway, back into it. We are also the home of that ECP. That's an educated consumer perspective, because we do not work in the industry. We are not journalists. We're just two dudes who have plenty of professional experience in real life, behind the scenes type thing, and also have been gaming for quite some time between us both. I'm going to say it's about 5 decades worth of straight gaming knowledge that we can bring to the table and just have an open conversation, not only between us, but the chat as well. And we do like to use this time as a catch-up time as well, man, because unfortunately, me and Paul don't get to chop it up as much as we would like to. Real life keeps us away. Hey, and just how things roll. And I like it being this way, because me and Paul, we just flow so well together. We can come together no matter what's happening during the week, chop it up with each other and talk about everything that's kind of going on from multiple angles, and I think that's super dope. Not everything needs to be I've been there in real life kind of thing, so I have a say. I don't think that necessarily applies to everybody either. I think that you can still be a genuine good person over the airways, over video, over audio, whatever it may be, however you get this content, and just have a good talk. So that's the main thing. But I gotta pass it off to my brother from another who was holding it down to start the show. I was figuring out my camera session and what was going on with that. But he is the X-Man that is not Cyclops. I also have to say that he's my brother from another, man. He's just he's a genuine gentleman, great guy, awesome dude. Been doing this with him for a minute. And it's always a great time chopping it up about any topic, honestly. But we're here to chop it up about gaming today. And it's the uncanny gentleman himself, Mr. Pong. So, what's going on, Pong?
Hey, good morning, brother. All love, man. Thank you for the extra special spice there on top of everything else, man. Thank you so much. You know how much, I feel the same about you too, brother. So obviously it's great to just slide on in here on a Saturday morning, drop into the chair and get to chop it up with you, catch up on the week. And we got this amazing chat who joins up with us every week for the nonsense as well as the game talk, because you never know what's going to happen here, what we're going to talk about. But
real quick, Pong, I will say, turn yourself down a smidgen. Yobi, let me know if you still need me to turn down as well. I can just hear you kind of peaking a little bit.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Like I said, let me know when you adjust it.
Because where you have it at right now?
I'm at 66 right now.
You got 66? Turn it down to about 60.
I was at 73. So
you were at turn it down to about put it on 60.
Ooh, that's lower than I normally have it. Okay. All right, I'm at 60.
Oh, that sounds beautiful. Oh my God.
All right.
Hold on.
All right. Let me
that sounds absolutely beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know how Pong sound. I can turn Pong up more as well if need be. But man, Mike's quality sounds awesome. Everything sounds good. I did adjust myself as well, Yobi, again. So if everything is sounding perfect, then great. Because I like to listen in our show, especially during my work weeks, or if I'm outside chores, doing whatever. I like running back the show just to kind of hear how the conversation was going. I also like to take mental notes for myself for my talking styles, and just it's a way of improving. Because again, I like when people critique, right? I would like more people to be in my DMs saying, yo, Steel, I like this about the show, like this about the show. Felt like y'all dragged on here in some places, right? So other than that, it's just kind of me critiquing the show and trying to make adjustments and make sure things are sounding good, coming across good. Like even I think for whatever reason, the playback, the gameplay for Black Myth Wukong that I have for you guys in the background, which is going to be about 4 hours of just live, raw, and uncut gameplay of Black Myth. This is also earlier on in my gameplay. I want to say it's after 5 hours, but before 15 hours of me being in the game. Just so something to just keep in mind, kind of to give you perspective. But that was looking a little awful as well. But anyway, my fault. Give it back to you, Paul. What's been going on, man? What's been going on?
I love it, man. I love it. Great to be here. Another Saturday living split screen. Again, energy levels high. Obviously, as always, when you show up here, Steel and I are getting to it already. Obviously, we love to talk, man. We love to BS, and it just never know what's going to happen around this place. So thank you all for joining us on another Saturday here. As far as what I've been doing this week, again, my game playing time has been way down just due to life. And again, getting the health right, getting workouts in, and that means early bedtime and getting that straight. So that got to sacrifice somewhere. And unfortunately, because of the time frames, you sacrifice gaming. So I'm not gaming as much as I once was. But that doesn't matter. I'm still getting gaming in. A lot of First Ascendant, right? So I continue to... I don't, it's not just because I dropped the bag twice for the devs here that I'm going to continue to pump out First Ascendant. I'm just having a blast with this game. Like, I don't do that. And I'm certainly not the guy who sticks with games when I'm not enjoying the hell out of them. I will move on because I've got too many games that I want to graze, but the First Ascendant's got me. And I just absolutely love what they're doing.
Yeah, good. Really good.
So I continue to play the First Ascendant, right? And I'm really trying because the battle pass is complete. I'm on the second level of the special side battle pass that they have where you got to earn different currency by completing certain goals and stuff within the game itself, which keeps it interesting. However, the second level, they have a nice long haircut for Viessa that I really want, but it's the last reward. And I didn't know this when I started those. You got to buy all the previous rewards to get the last one. Of course you do.
Yeah.
So
do you?
Yes. Not the first page, but because it's on the second. You got to get the last one on each page. Steel. You got to buy the 4 before it because there's 5 per page, right? So you have to buy the 4 before it before you can buy the last one in the group for those 2 special pages.
The only reason I asked really is because I was looking, I don't know, it probably was in a different page or whatever. But the only reason I asked because there was also a thing, because I thought that same thing. And then, but I didn't have enough coins or whatever. So that's why it was grayed out for me. But once I had enough, because I was saving them up, once I had enough coins, it allowed me to buy whichever one that I wanted. It would open up and show me that, hey, I can get this if I wanted it, but it didn't force me to get it. But it might have just been a different thing. Again, I haven't played the First Ascendant.
I think you're thinking about the other one with this one, because it does show requirements on the side. And one of the requirements is buying the other rewards. So until that one. So again, you could buy the other ones out of order, the other 4, but the 5th one is locked until you buy those 4 to complete it. So anyways, right, whatever. So I've been rocking out on that. Trying to get that done. Again, there's only so much time left for that battle pass, so I'm kind of under the crunch here because the last couple of days I haven't played at all. So, so this weekend I might be hitting that again, trying to complete some more challenges so I can get enough coins. I'm like 37 coins away or 39 coins away, something like that. So I've got some work to do because the challenges aren't easy. There's like complete 15 hard missions, right? Okay. So it's more grind. It's more grind in certain areas, which is fine. Because I love the game and I love doing it, and it is kind of cool. And I still haven't gotten Luna, and I've been grinding Luna for a long ass time. So again, there's a 10% chance of her blueprint dropping without having one of the modifiers, which increases it to 16%. I had 2 of those modifiers, but it's a 10% chance. I've now run that Void Fragment battle 13, 14 times still have not hit that blueprint.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's 10% each run. It's always 10%.
I know. And that's kind of shitty. And that's why they're talking about making it so that after you run it a certain amount of times,
well, you'll get a higher. Right? I do think that's something that they're picking up on much quicker than, again, other games of its ilk, right? Other games took years to make those types of changes to make it more appealing for players. And they're picking up on those things very quickly. And the easier they make that onboarding experience for newer players to say, hey, once you grind somebody, hey, this is because they already have it set up really well with how the approach to get things. It's very easy to understand, hey, I need this to get this, right? But I am 100% on board with them looking more into ways to be different from their competitors, Warframe, Destiny, whoever you want to throw in that mix, and implementing strategies to where, hey, if you run it 5 times, we're going to give you an additional 10%. Right? Because you're obviously running the same mission for a reason. Or if you're doing the hard mode version, maybe you only get that if you do the hard mode versions, right? And you do get a higher percentage for doing the hard mode versions, right? Now, the thing about the hard mode version of the missions, they are harder, right? So if you don't have a solid build to get you through the mission, it can be a struggle and there may not be a point for it, honestly. But that's kind of the grind. That's kind of why you're grinding, right? Is to be able to do those hard missions, to get those higher stat bonuses, and also why they implemented that point system. And I would like to see how they implement that point system to allow even more chance to get certain things, right? To maybe even bump it up to a 50% chance after 10 tries or whatever the case. Again, just to make it so your time feels more appreciated. Any online game that is not pay to win, but gives you an option, again, time versus somebody paying. If somebody has to pay $100 versus me spending 10 hours, for an example, and I think that's a fair comparison. If I got to spend 10 hours grinding versus somebody spending $100 to get the same thing, I think that's a fair grind, right? At least fair enough to me, right? So I think if they can implement that and it makes it much more appealing for players to say, hey, man, I don't have to make this game my life, because that's the other thing I think live service games are running into. You have to stop trying to make people feel like they have to make a game their life if you want them to become more variety style gamers. Because if you force them to stay in this game, there's just a lot of things that they hop in. They'll run into a wall, like I see some people running into with the First Descendant. Even I've ran into a little bit of a wall. But yeah, man, First Descendant is high on their list. In JB 1521, we're definitely going to talk about Monster Hunter Wilds. At least I would like to. I'm extremely excited about Monster Hunter Wilds. They officially confirmed crossplay as well, which is extremely exciting. I would have liked to see cross progression too, just because there's no telling where I could be playing at. But look, I can make a sacrifice. I'm going to just play on PC because I do plan on getting a handheld PC gaming device at some point, whether it's a ROG Ally. I'm trying to wait on the future iteration, ROG Ally 2, Xbox's version of whatever that is, so that I can, and even that might depend. That might determine where I end up buying these games, Paul, which I think is also a boon to the conversation with, I mean, regardless of how people feel about Indiana Jones going to PlayStation, but the point is things going multi-platform. I think it can be a boon for Xbox, especially if they figure out that market of being able to take a device, that handheld PC market, make it more console friendly, be able to plug it into a TV if you'd like, and carrying over your console experience. Like, you can have a console, but you have that companion device. And instead of us, as an example, who maybe I'm not really a Switch gamer, but there are games that I would like another device where I can carry over some of my content that maybe isn't necessarily a full-on PC, right? Which is, you have spoke to a lot, Pong, having something that's easier, just kind of plug and play, easier to use, right? And you can kind of pick up and plug in wherever you want. Like, I see the future being in not limiting where you can play, right? There's so many times right now where I don't have a device currently, but I am looking into getting one because I want to be able to stream my PC to the TV in my living room, right? And play from there, and it feel extremely native, not through cloud, because again, I'm extremely picky about those things. But there's so many potential in a lot of the things that are currently happening. The First Descendants getting it right, constantly involving their audience and their community. Xbox, to me, is seemingly, as much as people may feel that Xbox is doing back end talk, back speak, whatever else, I still don't 100% agree with that. That's just kind of my view on it. Even with the Indiana thing, I am going to be the guy that's going to be on the fence of, he said 4 games. Doesn't need to be this. Indiana is not part of those 4 games. 4 games came out. This is outside of that scope. This is a whole new set. And Indiana, again, I'm going to say it right here live for you guys, and I want somebody to fucking clip it. Indiana Jones is not the fucking IP that everybody that talks about it thinks that it is. It needs to go everywhere. It needs to go everywhere.
Wrong, Steele.
It will be better. It will be better with the game being everywhere. Why? Because the only people that Indiana Jones speaks to is an older audience.
That is not. It doesn't fucking matter. That is not in question as far as whether or not it's going to be better if more people get to play it, or it's in more places, or whether it's going to be better for the game or better for machine games. That's not in question. But the fact that the downplaying of the IP itself is wrong, flat out wrong.
No, but that is what it is. The truth it's the truth.
Everything. You show a picture of Indiana Jones, more young people know it than you think, Steele. You show a picture of Harrison Ford, young Harrison Ford is Indiana Jones, more young people know him than you think.
Sure, but the movies prove that the IP is not strong. The movies were shit.
The movies were shit. That was the problem.
Okay, so we're hoping that a game is going to win back some of that favor.
Absolutely.
And that's already a lot to work against.
Totally different.
So keeping that on one platform, it does not do good for that game. That's all that I'm saying.
That's not in question. That's
my angle, though.
That's the argument for any game.
That's my angle.
You take any game, you take Spider-Man. It's not good to be on one platform. It'd be much better if it was across the board on every platform.
I agree with that.
Okay, so it doesn't matter how big or how popular the IP or how not popular the IP is. You will never be able to argue that being on one platform is better than being on all platforms.
For certain IP, it does matter more than others.
But it doesn't matter. Overall, the health of the IP, it's better to be everywhere, right?
Always.
Overall. So that is not in question. It's just the downplaying of what Indiana Jones as an IP is. No, that ain't gonna happen.
He's not what he used to be. He's not what he used to be.
False.
It's been proven.
False. It has not been proven. It's been shit movies. That has not been proven.
The wider audience has proven it. That's all. But the way that it's rated, the way that it's looked at, if shit's movies, then that is still on the IP,
like
and people
Star Wars isn't as popular as it used to be. Bullshit.
It's not.
It's more popular,
but not in the same way that it used to be. It's popular too.
Popular than it ever has been.
Before the audience, as an example, because Indiana Jones hasn't moved on like Star Wars has. Point blank. Period. It hasn't. The people that are mad with Star Wars are the traditional Star Wars fans. The people, the movies that the traditional Star Wars fans don't like, the new audience has liked. And if they would have kept things the way that y'all wanted, as an example,
a small portion like them.
Okay, but more so, as an example, my generation liked it. And if they would have kept it the same as your generation did, although I appreciated those movies, I liked what they did with that story, and it has been continuous, right? Now, the more recent trilogy has been completely off-kiltered. And yes, a lot of people did flock to go see that movie, but you are also looking at 9 different movies that have been consistent from generation to generation, right? At least as far as popularity goes. Indiana Jones has not had that. Point blank, period. The IP has not been in motion like that. People can recognize him through old videos and their dads and their parents and all that. Sure. But as an IP, the numbers prove it. It is not where it needs to be as an IP. And sure, all IPs need to be everywhere. But my side of the argument will forever be Indiana Jones isn't what it used to be. 20 years ago, if we would have got an Indiana Jones by Machine Games, it would have started that train. 10 years ago, even, it would have started this train.
Wasn't there to produce a game like this.
That's true. That's not true.
So now,
we were getting good games back then, though, where Indiana could have fit in there. You got Uncharted from that.
But now you're getting a movie quality Machine Games. Okay.
Uncharted was a movie style game.
Uncharted set the bar for a reason, right? Okay.
But Tomb Raider was doing it before that, though.
Correct, but that was
Indiana could have been done.
No, because it wouldn't have the cinematic quality that we just saw from Machine Games.
But Tomb Raider had the cinematic
that's
quality.
A part of Indiana Jones too that you're leaving out, right? Tomb Raider was not a movie first.
No, it was game first. Yeah,
correct. Mm-hmm. Indiana Jones is a movie first. Okay,
sure.
It has a certain feeling to it, that IP, because it was a movie first, right? That Machine Games is capturing 1,000% because of what they can do nowadays, because of how they can capture the acting, because how they can set up the scenes. That whole scene that we saw at the Xbox showcase was a movie. Again, like me and Mav has said, it was better than any of the new movies. I would rather watch a full CGI movie from Machine Games based upon what they just showed me there than any of the new movies. Right?
Yeah.
A good game, Steel, right, will take an old IP, to your point, that has not had current, and will take it to the next level.
I agree. Yeah.
We see this time and time again. The Avengers, I will continue to tell you this, and anybody who doesn't believe me, the Avengers were shit in my time. The Avengers were the B squad in my time. Yeah, the Avengers never had the aura, as the kids like to say, that the X-Men had.
Yeah.
Okay. Back in my era. Okay. Never, Steel. Never. Nobody in my area, and again, maybe it's regional, but I can tell you this, nobody around anywhere close to me ever walked into Schindler's or any of the comic book stores and were looking for the Avengers.
Yeah,
no. Fuck no. Fuck no. They were the least that people were looking for. It was a ragtag group of heroes that people didn't like. But what did good writing, good movies do for that IP? Fucking took it to the fucking whole nother level.
Yeah, that's possible.
Right?
Yeah.
And then what happened with X-Men? Oh, they got shit movies and it took them down. Right? That's all I was going to say.
But it did help the popularity though. Because even though those movies were ass, I enjoyed them for what they were. And that's why Hugh Jackman became as recognized as he did as for being Wolverine. Like, that's Wolverine to me, just as much as Robert Downey Jr. is Iron Man to me, right? So it's like they did do something well to continue that and hold that interest so that even the generation behind you would have a reason to like what was being brought on screen. So, and that's my only angle. Like, my only angle is from my experience over the years, Indy is not where he used to be. And I think that the game can be its strong point by being everywhere. And I think it doesn't put Xbox in this cold place where people, that's kind of the basis of this conversation. I don't think it puts Xbox in this weird place with them putting Indiana Jones everywhere, because that's what people are talking about. it not being exclusive. It's once again Xbox not having faith in an IP or whatever the case. And sure, there, to my point, there probably is some of that for sure. But I think it's also fair to say Disney probably has that same thought process, and this is part of the reason why it is not exclusive to the Xbox ecosystem anymore.
No.
As it was thought as it was going to be previously.
Saw it in the court documents. They reworked it.
That doesn't mean it could have got reworked again.
They could have kept it exclusive. No, Microsoft made the decision. Pure and simple.
I would have to, but then using logic, I would have to assume that they made that decision. I'm just, but this is
opinion.
But it's for the conversation.
They made the decision.
It's for the conversation. Yeah. In my thought process, and what makes sense to me, that the only reason that they would have made that decision then, Pong, if Indiana Jones wasn't that powerful, that strong of an IP currently, and they are looking for it to become strong again. They want this game to be a 2-3 game series. And the best way to do that is to put it everywhere. If that was the decision that needed to be made, that's what makes the most sense to me. Now, that in the way that it was presented, I 1000% agree, and that's one of the things I kind of want to go back into the conversation with as well. And if you got some other points you want to bring in, we can definitely do that.
We were in the middle of intros. We haven't stopped talking about what we've been playing.
Oh yeah, I haven't talked about what I was playing either. We just started
a whole main show because Steele went off on one of his rants, and we got to get into it because I'm not going to let him just carry on about how Indiana Jones is not a strong IP.
As you should. We ain't
doing that. We ain't disrespecting Indiana Jones. And Gogo, I hear you. I'm glad you weren't a poser and you like the Avengers, not X-Men. Listen, I like the C Team, by the way, Gogo. I liked West Coast Avengers. I bought West Coast Avengers comics with Hawkeye, cool. Right? And the leader, like West Coast Avengers was the C fucking team, maybe even the D team when it came to comics, but I actually enjoy West Coast Avengers. So no shade to Avengers. I'm just saying the realism.
They weren't
back in the day.
X-Men,
they weren't the fucking X-Men. And now,
in comparison, in comparison,
right?
power level wise, it's not.
Yeah. It just wasn't the same back in the day. But anyways, again, so no shade to the Avengers, no shade to what Marvel did. Obviously, Fox had X-Men tied up. Marvel took the Avengers and they did fucking fantastic job casting. And obviously most of the movies, great writing, especially with, Iron Man. They just did the most perfect job they could with that ragtag team and turned them into what they are now, which is an absolute fucking juggernaut. So
and they make them seem extremely powerful as well. So I mean, they've done really well with it. Just to roll it back in, this entire conversation that stems off of this, about exclusive and everything is, and this is part of the conversation I do agree with people with. Indiana Jones was announced for PlayStation 5 at the end of the release date. And for me, this was an extremely odd choice, an extremely weird choice, because I have been in kind of thoughts to myself about console players it is becoming more and more obvious that console players are becoming more of the third world citizen, right? As far as it's looked at in gaming, right? That's all that I'm speaking to. Reason being is when you see things like, and Towerborn just kind of put the cherry on top as part of that as well. Although there was a test that was done on Xbox previously that people are talking about, are starting to talk about now since the information came out about it, that they've played already some on Xbox. So when you have something like a play test being done or a beta being done on Steam first before it's done on Xbox, it plays into the whole mentality of console players not being represented properly. And Mythic in chat says, you mean Xbox players still? I don't see PlayStation fans getting shafted. What do you mean by that? Because and he correct me if I misspoke or whatever, or if I went off. Let me know about that. Vandal says, Steel, why did you let Xbox let Keighley announce PS Indiana Jones? This is your fault. It is absolutely my fault. But to what I'm trying to speak to here, as far as console players starting to play like that second fiddle scenario side of things, this is a space where I do agree with people that this needs to be worked on, because the entire point of having a fan base is that your fan base is somewhat heard. I'm not saying that you have to do everything for them and appease them completely, but you do want them to still feel respected, or that you still value them, right? And allowing access to things early before PC or whatever the case, especially with things being on the same architecture now, it's very hard for me to believe the excuses that, oh, it's just not possible right now. Mythic says, you said console players are getting treated like second-class citizens. It's more like just Xbox players. Got you. No, PlayStation players are getting treated like second-class citizens as well. I know that's I'm not really going to go further with that argument, because PlayStation is still they are still playing the exclusivity game, right? For better or for worse, Black Myth Wukong is a boon for PlayStation, with it only being available on PC and PlayStation. But it's not like PlayStation, and we don't know if they did or not, maybe they did, paid any ducats to have the marketing rights or to help with development or anything else like that. So this is going to be a happenstance kind of thing. But there's not much else going on the PlayStation side of things as far as releases, first-party games go. Right now, PlayStation is extremely dependent on second and third-party, which, again, to keep it consistent, people didn't let Xbox slide for that either. So I'm personally not going to let Sony slide for that. And matter of fact, it's only getting worse, because the console players are getting treated like second-class citizens because games like Concord appeal to a PC audience. That is not a console audience style game. And the PC audience is not picking it up either. So you think that the console audience is going to be the one holding up Concord for the majority of its life cycle for as long as it exists? No. Unfortunately, that's just not the case. So there is a shafting that is happening as well, because PlayStation is making it obvious that they need to also bring in more people, and that they care about monthly active users as well. Or they wouldn't have forced all the 100 countries that can't sign into the PlayStation Network now to have to do that in order to play their games. They want those, right? And Sly, I mean, and again, Sly, you're more into the scene. You like those style of games. He says Concord appeals to a console audience. I disagree still. I do not believe that it does for me. I think that they should have went to what they were good with, is more of a third person centric style game, because it's something that is very lacking right now, instead of trying to create something. And this isn't because I saw a tweet of yours earlier, Crow, where you're like, I don't want to make it sound like you were like, oh, woe was me kind of thing. But you were like, oh, well, people just aren't giving this a fair shake. No, the game is generic as hell. I don't need to play the game to see that. I would rather play Destiny, a game that I believe has leagues better PvP even than what Concord would ever bring to the table. Not only that, they also have customization. Not only that, there was already a base there. Not only that, and no slight to the devs, because the devs should be able to create whatever, and they spent 8 years working on that game. To me, this is not for a console game that's been in development for 8 years. If that is believed to be true, that does not speak to me as a console game. But that's what I mean, Crow. Destiny is more so a console game, where Concord obviously isn't trying to be that. So there's some major missteps happening when you look at what they had in the chamber. Now, again, you don't have to agree with me. That's just my opinion on it. That's how I'm looking on it. I've been extremely honest and upfront about how I felt about the game from the outside looking in. And as someone that does not have genuine interest in the title, I don't want anybody to be scared of it. If you actually enjoy it, there's people who say they don't like Gears of War's multiplayer. No slight to King, but he likes to play Fortnite. Again, there's many people in different ranges of spaces that like to play different games differently. And they don't all enjoy the same thing. I want more people in the gaming space. So I want people to be properly represented on all fronts. And as a business, this is the side of the business that I more so care about. It is that marketing side. You have a base of hardware users. What people are scared of or afraid of seemingly, and why they think that you're going to pull away from the hardware market, is when you do deals, as an example, like Towerborn, where the PC market gets it first before consoles do. Or when you make announcements for games coming to PlayStation at a show when you just announce a release date. Like, dog, do that a day later at a different show. Do it more so under your control. I agree with the people that are saying this comes across very underhanded and as if Xbox has no control. And it is not helping them on the marketing side of things or to garner a confidence within their audience. Now, me, I don't think that any of that says that to me. Again, them announcing Indiana Jones coming to PlayStation 5, as much as on the marketing side of it and on the business side of it, I think it's dumb. But at the same time, this is something that they told you that they were going to do. These games are going to go to more platforms. Before it was games only where Game Pass exists. Now it's obviously changed to the obvious choice to where Xbox ecosystem users have Game Pass. You are not paying $70 for this game. Me putting it on a different platform and forcing them to pay full price for the game to where I am getting 70% or more for these games is how I continue to build up in this market and make my own lane for myself. And that's the way that I think things are kind of going on a broad kind of spectrum, but also diving a little into how I look at how this announcement was done and how my overall feelings about it. But Pong, like for you, I don't know if you ended up seeing it live. I know earlier you said you've only caught the show in pieces, really. You didn't get to watch the whole thing yet. But I know you've talked about this a couple times at this point, and we just ramped in from a conversation coming in from Indiana Jones, and how we feel the same, but very differently as far as especially how the IP is being handled and everything. But on the follow-up to that, with everything that you're seeing, even if you want to follow up on the conversation about PlayStation having some of these things that they need to worry about as well or keep in mind. Again, this whole Trojan horse strategy that is seemingly in play by Xbox can be a huge detriment to them, right? Because this is not how competition was played before. These things were just not allowed. There should be no reason why PlayStation should even want Indiana Jones on their platform to start the conversation of what value is to the Xbox gamer in comparison to the PlayStation gamer, right? At least that's how I'm seeing competition. But how are you kind of viewing things, and what are your overall feelings, man?
There's a lot to take in. I mean, I don't know where you specifically want me to go with this because we've already covered so much stuff.
Well, since we jumped into it with Indiana, just like let's just start with the Indiana side of things, how that was announced at the show, how are you kind of feeling about that?
Yeah,
it going to PlayStation and the effects that
it's a statement. Okay. This was a flat out statement. I've said that multiple times this week, just like Phil's interview was an absolute 1000% statement. You can complain about how Phil speaks, but he speaks no differently than any other CEO with word salads and all sorts of nonsense. He just does it more than any other video game CEO. So that's why people always pick on Phil all the damn time. If everybody else was out here talking and doing as many interviews as he does, then we'd all have something to say about all these guys because they're all like this. But Phil's interview was as straightforward as he's been. Like we've been trying to tell everybody, again, you guys know this hasn't been doom and gloom. This whole community that's fragmented and all these different feelings about the situation, about what Xbox specifically is doing here. That none of that matters. Phil's telling you, everybody's telling you what they're doing. The money men are now in charge. They are business straight up. They have expectations within Microsoft to meet, and they're going to meet them. And how they're going to meet them is by putting their games everywhere else. He said it. The strategy works for us. They are going to do this. He said they're going to learn from the 4 games. Listen, the bullshit I will call out is Phil knew Indiana Jones was going to PlayStation 5 when he said it wasn't. Okay. Yes, you could play the word games all day long and say he meant the 4 games. We knew that. But the facts are the facts, right? Indiana Jones was in development for PlayStation 5 when he said that. Okay. That's been my problem all along, is just come out and tell everybody that what you're going to do. But back then, I don't think they fully knew. I think there was still some discussion or arguments, a battle going on, as I originally said, between the factions within Microsoft about how Xbox was going to move forward. But now, this announcement at Gamescom with Indiana Jones as the one more thing going to PlayStation 5, allowing Keighley to get extra excited that his favorite platform is getting, what once was going to be an exclusive. That was a statement from Xbox. And then Phil following that up with the interview in which neither him nor Sarah Bond mentioned one time in the entire interview the word exclusive. Not timed exclusive, not permanent exclusive, not console exclusive, nothing. Not one time did they mention exclusivity. Just that alone tells me whole slate. It's just a matter of time. It's all going to be about timing. No, they're not going to have a scripted cadence with their when they decide to put games over on PlayStation 5 or eventually Switch 2 when Switch 2 shows up. They're not going to have this set cadence. So again, the Schreier's crying, "Oh, just tell us what you're going to do." No, they're not going to do that. Okay, because they don't know. Per se. And it's not going to all be day and date. They're going to hold some stuff back. They're going to time some stuff out. Some stuff is going to go to Switch 2. Some stuff is going to go to PlayStation. Some stuff is going to go to both. So no, they're not going to give you the full roadmap on the third-party stuff. But just know it's happening. Again, Gears, I've said from the beginning, E-Day, I expect to be multi-plat. I wouldn't be shocked if it's day one. Day and date. Okay? Elder Scrolls 6. That's day and date. That's going multi-plat now too, right? So just know that. So this was a statement from Xbox that this is now the direction. This is the future. Again, I don't like it. I don't like the lack of competition. I know, Steel, you're on, and a lot of people are talking about the Trojan horse, and I don't.
Yeah, I'm on the complete opposite side as far as competition goes.
Yeah, I know you are, and I get where you're coming from, but I again, direct competition, there's no direct competition. So the only thing you're competing for is the opposite team's players. So yeah, from that standpoint, you're going to dominate that, as we've talked about. You already are. As far as most played games over on PlayStation, that list is just going to grow, and it's going to include more and more Xbox first party titles.
Well, as the competition is the games, though, right? It should be first party versus first party, right?
Yeah, but you're not doing that. You're not doing that from the standpoint, your direction, your goals are still different to this point, from a business standpoint, right? Because you're not about selling hardware. And that is the case. You're not selling about direct competition hardware. You're not talking about differentiating your ecosystem outside of Game Pass from the competition, right?
But they do
and again, that might be enough. But to Sony, is it going to be enough to get Sony to not push limits when it comes to game prices? Is it going to force Sony to consider what Xbox is doing when it comes to hardware and hardware prices and that kind of stuff?
Why would Sony do anything hardware-wise in the market?
What do you mean?
Why would Sony do anything? Why would Sony change anything in the hardware market?
That's what I'm saying. They won't.
But you're saying, aren't you saying because of
I
Xbox,
want them to innovate? Steel, I want them to innovate. I want Sony to innovate, right?
As they should.
Right, but they're not. They're going to go traditional again.
I mean, right? But that's a Sony problem, while Xbox is going to innovate.
Right, but that's what competition used to do, was force the competition to innovate, right? They've used to follow suit.
Well, in the name of competition, though, if PlayStation doesn't believe in the vision, then
when Xbox put, right, when they put the actual, right, internet onto their box,
right,
following up from Dreamcast, right?
Mm-hmm.
And saying that broadband was the future, right? People didn't believe it, right? But eventually the competition had to move in that direction, right?
Sure.
It forced PlayStation to look at it. Now, not Nintendo, because Nintendo's doing their own shit.
I mean, whatever. Nintendo should have done the same thing. But again, right, they don't hold the same standards. It is what it is.
But I'm coming from the old school view, Steel. I don't disagree 1,000% with you as far as the Trojan horse and what that's going to mean eventually, right, to the ecosystem. I agree. Again, most played games, Sony has an issue right now with Xbox. Sony has an issue that they are going to have a large amount of Xbox first-party titles coming in and dominating their players' time, which takes away from their own games, right? Yes, they are still going to release their single player, right? Over the shoulder, narrative-driven games that are going to do numbers. They're still going to release their Spider-Mans, their Wolverines that are going to do numbers as far as sales go. But as far as time being spent, it can be spent with the Xbox games because Xbox has so many now games as a service, live service games, big single-player RPGs coming.
Isn't that more important than selling consoles, though?
Sometimes. Can be, sure. In a different model, absolutely.
Well, I mean, as we're moving into the future, as we're seeing that people aren't just willing to, again, to your point, for the innovation side of things, and to I will continue to iterate. What is the next step of innovation? Now, all the other previous generations, you could say it was a little bit more obvious of what could be, what the next step was, right? Now that where we are at a point where things are obviously becoming more PC-like, they are also across the board in the gaming industry saying it is extremely expensive to make games. Although we are getting more developers, Black Myth Wukong being a good example of that. This started off as a 1 to 3 man team's vision. They demoed it, they got a bigger team, and they released it. And I can guarantee you they did not spend $100 million making this game. Now, it comes across like a $100 million game. It plays like it. It feels like it. Black Myth Wukong feels like a AAA game. Well, what first-party publisher supported them in this? Nobody. So they did it by themselves. If that is the potential for the future moving forward, right? It makes it difficult for PlayStation to do something different. So there is no more innovation for PlayStation to do unless they're going to now admit that Xbox was right and they have to become more PC-like. Because if PlayStation does the opposite and stays within the old guard, that means they're going to make a PlayStation 6. They're going to be reliant on people buying their hardware, and people are not going to buy their hardware because they're not going to offer enough access on that piece of hardware that is out there for you, because now the generation, my generation, the generation behind me, is more into accessibility. Where can I take this device? We are more looking for something that is similar to a PC because I want to be able to access. Now, for other people, again, this is extremely dependent on if Xbox is able to break that code, whether they do or not. The only reason I will continue to hammer that has to be the direction is because of how the roadmap has been laid out so far. What is the only other step of innovation? Breaking down barriers, breaking down walls. The console market is capped and tapped out. It doesn't matter if Xbox sells more, doesn't matter if Nintendo sells more, doesn't matter if PlayStation sells more, because really, PlayStation can't do what Nintendo does. And Nintendo has to innovate as well. So, and how do you do that? Again, things are only falling in line. No, but I'll give credence though. Tech can do very strange things. And there could be some grandiose thing that PlayStation does to push gaming forward further in a very different way. But if it's more expensive to do that, and you're already trying to find means to an end, why would you change? Why would you not allow your devs to make one form of a game on a PC, on the same architecture, and scale it up or down depending on whatever hardware is out there on the market? Therefore, Sony should be the de facto hardware device because they are a hardware company. So even if I have my games available on that platform, as a software company, I have a device in the hardware market that can compete with Sony because it offers other things that my competition does not have. That's the competition being reinvigorated back into the market. Now, the competition is more so about the games. I had always been under more so the thought process or under the influence that, yeah, sure, we had these Sega versus Nintendo, PlayStation versus Xbox kind of things happening, but that was because of the games. Not the consoles. Yes, they were doing innovative things, but that innovative thing is no longer a factor as far as hardware goes. So what is that next step? And that's my whole side of how I look at that and why I think that this only adds more competition. I don't agree with all of these people who are saying that this eliminates competition in the market. Yes, this eliminates competition for all the old heads out there who thinks that Xbox needs to do the same thing that PlayStation is doing. You are blatantly admitting that you would rather Xbox do what PlayStation is doing, although Xbox has shown and proven to you that they've done that and it does not work. You mentioned last night, Pong, that no matter what happens, PlayStation will always be the favorite. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what good games come out. Sure, you might have a moment, but PlayStation is the brand popular kid. Just the same way Apple is the brand popular kid in phones. That doesn't mean that Galaxy isn't any better. That doesn't mean that there's not any other Android devices out there that could possibly be better. But guess what you're vouching to at that point? An ecosystem. So that's where I'm at. It's like, so when you speak to the competition side of it, I think that just this brings more competition.
Be like this. I told you last night. You were in our chat arguing that today was not going to be like this. Man, I'm telling you, I knew today was going to be like this. No, I hear you. I hear you, Steve. I get that. That's part of it. Nixie, you know what? If you don't believe for a second that the acquisition's back when they first started doing acquisition season, that they had a totally different strategy about what they were doing back then. Again, I don't know what to tell you, man. They obviously had a different strategy when they first started acquiring things, and that was the original plan. They were going to still go toe-to-toe with Sony in the traditional sense, and they still had a shot at grabbing market share if they could get Game Pass to start selling based upon the acquisitions and about the amount of first-party titles coming out into that service. They had a shot. That's the frustration from a lot of people, including myself, if I'm going to, take myself out of the overview and understanding what's going on, and obviously, getting the evolution. The frustration is that they finally got to a point where they could compete one for one, toe-to-toe with Sony from a first-party game standpoint, and they never got the shot to start outputting that content on a regular basis to truly see what kind of numbers they could push Game Pass to. Wasn't automatic W. It automatically wasn't going to mean that they would turn the tides a little bit.
Right.
And start recovering what they lost from the 360 generation. It didn't mean that, but obviously that was their plan. That was Phil's vision all along. When he went out and got ZeniMax, that absolutely was his vision, right? That's why he talked about certain games staying exclusive, right? Was to build out that Game Pass library of first-party titles that you could only get by joining Game Pass. Like when he said, those titles will be available wherever Game Pass is available, knowing full well that Sony would never allow Game Pass onto their ecosystem, right? So yes, that was the original strategy. That all changed. ABK, obviously.
I will admit to that. That did change. Because again, you're getting games other places that doesn't have Game Pass. But again, I think the thing that has been consistent is the fact that you're still getting Game Pass over here while other people are paying $70 for the game.
Sure, absolutely, right. But that's again, it's a different focus, right? So,
it's a different angle.
ABK, $70 billion, a nearly 2-year court battle, obviously accelerated plans.
You took out the middleman. You took out the middleman because you saw that the middleman, being Game Pass in this circumstance, wasn't going to work for everybody that you're still in competition with as much as you would like all of these games to be everywhere and people to have access. I think that, again, it does speak to Sony and some of their smarts. It is smart for Sony not to allow Game Pass on PlayStation because, again, you're openly admitting that you leave your back door open at night and you don't mind them going into your fridge to take out some groceries.
Doing that anyways by allowing all these games to come over as well.
But again, but to your point of competition, isn't Sony not playing that same game either? Because they shouldn't be allowing this to happen. Like people spin this as I don't mean to interrupt, but it's just because I've seen a lot of different angles of conversation because people have spun that to be, it doesn't give me a reason to get an Xbox console. I can just buy a PlayStation to play all my Xbox games here. Okay, but don't you hear how that sounds crazy? In your old ideology, you're still making a compromise that is not traditional, right? At that point, because that wasn't a thing that existed before. Your competition's games didn't go on that box, period. You had to go buy that box. If Sony allows that, again, that just speaks to Hiroki, who says, hey, the business side of things needs to change. Yeah. It just seems like there's a lot more evidence, like showing the direction and demonstrating. And again, I can definitely make some compromises in the conversation as the messaging has changed. I'll concede a bit to you, Pong, on the side that the money man came in and said, hey, no, if those people are going to pay $70 for this fucking game, who cares if it's on Game Pass or not? Release it to them. Make them pay for it. Call of Duty is going to be the easiest example of that too, right?
Going back and looking at everything that's happened, there's been a lot of different things that have gone on that weren't expected, just from the outside and I'm sure from the inside, obviously the pandemic and so many different things that happened that nobody had control over that kind of changed the way that, everybody looks at this stuff. And Nixie, I know you've been consistent. Like, again, I'm not coming after you. Like if you were looking at it constantly reading the crystal ball and saying, oh no, Microsoft's never going to allow this to work. The strategy is going to be turned and Microsoft is going to once again step in and take control and be like, yeah, we need profits. So if you called that from the get-go, good for you, Nixie. I'm just saying that we on this side of the, field, as we were watching it happen and listening to Phil's interviews back then, we're all on board because we can see the vision. The vision would have worked. I still believe it would have worked. I still believe they had a shot at doing it the traditional way and changing the entire landscape still with Game Pass. I still believe it to this day. Now, we'll never find out because they've moved on and they're evolving. So again, it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what opinions are. It doesn't matter what has been discussed in the past. That's why I look at that and go, yeah, I'm frustrated. I wish I could have seen that play out. The old way, but we're not going to get that. So what are we doing going forward, right? And to Steele's point, again, there is obviously a play here. that is also can work advantageously to Xbox to have these big titles like I Sea of Thieves selling over 1 million copies on PlayStation, dominating the PlayStation players' time, which again, yes, PlayStation gets their 30% cut, but all you guys that look at it from the PlayStation side of things, don't you think that they would rather have their own Sea of Thieves on their own ecosystem where they get 100% of the cut? Of course they would. That's what they've been chasing, right? That's why they've been trying to create these games. But if Xbox starts putting all their games over there and you've got games from Sony that are untested, that are new, like Concord, that can't scratch together any kind of momentum, and you got your competitor, quote unquote competitor, now who's just third-party publisher, but whatever, quote-unquote competitor, dominating your sales charts, dominating your time played charts, right? In your ecosystem, are you ever going to be able to get a foothold there? Or as Sony, now do you just look at Xbox the same way you looked at Activision all along with Call of Duty as the supplier of the games that you don't have, right? And you just look at them as that, okay, They fill the needs that we have for our players. We're going to go make our traditional games. But you got Hiroki saying that's not going to work anymore. So what do you do? Like I said, that's fascinating to me. Again, they're not having a problem selling consoles, right? They're not having any popularity problems whatsoever across the globe. They're doing extremely well for themselves. They're going to do it again. That's why I said to Steele that they're going to go traditional with the console again. And they're going to continue to do what they do. But it is an interesting spot to be in, as much as Xbox's spot is interesting. So, again, I don't like it from the non-competition. I look at the competition the old way, how they used to push each other. That push is not there anymore from my eyes. Again, I can hear Steele's points, and I get his points. It's changing. It's different. It's, all this kind of stuff. I just want that direct push on each other to make each other better. And if Sony wants to start charging $100 a game, again, there's nobody out there to stop them from charging $100 a game. There's no other first party, manufacturer offering that. That's what I was going to say. I've said that all along. It's going to be up to the consumers to say that you've crossed the line. And are they going to, though? When we've got consumers out here right now still saying they would love to pay $100 a game for Sony premium experience.
That's the vocal minority that's saying that, because again, the numbers are proving that people wait to buy games and they buy games at a discount, and it doesn't matter what the price of games are. People are just going to end up waiting even long. Like, if you're trying to get newer people into the audience, raising the price of games doesn't help. That's not the answer. You have to do something else internally to make up those numbers, right? Or to make up the cost of whatever that you're looking for. Taking it to $100 is going to just cause people like me and you, because even me and you, if the default price of games went to $100, that means a collector's edition would end up being $130 to $140, right? Just as an example, or a deluxe edition, whatever you want to call it. I'm not spending that for a game. Sure. Doesn't matter what game comes out, right? Now, I would wait. Or you're going to see piracy become much more of an issue again. And then we're having that because we're in the digital era now, right? So there's no way of running away from it. The consumer, especially when you start making things more PC centric, you're breaking down even further barriers. So even if it's just, my ecosystem, well, Xbox won't just be able to be like, it's just on the Xbox console. No, it's going to be on both, because they have to combine both. And no, piracy never left Google, but if you make the price of games so astronomically absurd, it's going to become an even wider threat. Right now, yes, it's an issue, but it can kind of be shrugged off because of how things are being done in the digital era. There's more money being made. There's the in-between things aren't being sacrificed, right? The shipping, the housing, all the good stuff that happens in the middle of that. The middlemen aren't there anymore. So they're saving on a lot of that. So it's just going to be interesting to see how that ends up playing out as well. El Nini says, still, you got that Gundam Breaker 4? Of course, El Nini. I'm giving away 4 copies of Gundam Breaker 4 as well. Not this weekend, because it doesn't come out this weekend, but it comes out next week. So real quick, I'll interject here. We are giving away 4 copies of Gundam Breaker 4 on Living Split Screen. The game comes out next week. You want a short description? It's Gundam. It's a mecha action, I would say looter brawler. One of the most unique, one of the best. A lot of customization to happen in there. As far as what you're capable of, if you guys were here for the talk that we had about Megaton Musashi, this is the comparison that I've been using for Pong. Gundam Breaker 4 is Megaton Musashi on crack, right? So many more options, so many more variances of what can be done. It's one of the games that I have belief in. Again, when people ask me why I bought a PlayStation 4, it was because of Gundam Breaker 3, and this is part of the reason why I wanted to do this giveaway. I believe in the game. I want other people to experience it. Again, when people talk about their upcoming list of games on Twitter or on these different social spaces, it's skipped over every time. Nobody brings it up in their games that are coming out soon. So I want to help people get more audience or get more eyes on it and more audience exposed to it. So if you guys are interested in that, you believe in my word, you like my takes, you want to experience a mecha action game with the mecha genre seemingly making its step back out into fandom, right? Be here, locked in, follow me and Pong, follow Living Split Screen on socials, and be here for that, because we're going to be giving away that copy, those 4 copies next Saturday. Unless we got to hold off or whatever, then we'll do it the following weekend. But next Saturday, I believe that is going to end up being the 31st of August. We're going to be doing a 4-game giveaway for Gundam Breaker 4. And man, it's looking more delicious than I could even imagine. I was watching some gameplay, and good God, I'm just going to be knee deep in that shit when it comes out, man. But I got the collector's edition on Nintendo. Because they didn't do a collector's version for Steam. So I'll have a case that I'll be able to mount up because I like doing that. And yeah, man, I'll have it on Steam. So, but was there anything else that you wanted to add on to the Indiana conversation? Xbox doing this third-party strategy, it's plays. Although we have 2 different sides of the coin that we kind of look at as far as competition goes. I still think it's a dope conversation to have, because things are becoming different.
Well, it's murky. It's murky. It's unclear because, again, I don't know if anybody could possibly predict what exactly is going to happen at this point now. My final point to all of this is something else I've been bringing up, as far as I don't envy the position that Sarah Bond is now in, right, as head of Xbox hardware. I don't envy it, because her and her team got a tough mountain to climb, because they are going to come out with more hardware, handheld, and most likely another box as well. Now, she's quadrupled down that this is going to be the biggest technological leap of all time. So this is where things get really fascinating from that standpoint to me, because Steel now, as a third-party publisher, right? And we don't see this very often, if at all. I mean, Steam is about the closest we can get. Yeah,
Steam's the closest, yeah.
But they don't really make games anymore either.
I mean, no, I mean, they're just
one of the works, but they're just kind of out there. But as a third party publisher, how do you convince people to buy your hardware? We've said all along, we've both been early on the hybrid train that they were going to do.
It's the only thing
kind of combo. I think this
the only thing that makes sense
now seals that deal, right? Because you've got to come with something compelling.
Yeah,
you're not going to come traditional. Right? You're not going to come with the status quo and say, please come buy our box, even though most of our games, or a lot of our games, are going elsewhere. You all know it. Come buy our box just for Game Pass, right? It's not that you've sold Game Pass. You've got your people that will come back and buy your box no matter what, like me. Okay, great. But you're not going to sell anything more than that. So what do? You got to have a compelling argument to bring potential people into it. Like we said, Steel, I think at this point in time, like, they're going to try to take over the living room. And again, I
Pong, imagine this.
Yeah.
Imagine this. You're a college student. You only got so much cash. Xbox releases a device that gives you access to The PC side of things, again, I know our phones are $1,100, right? Plus, $1,000 plus, right? The Galaxy came out with a great thing known as Galaxy or Dex, right? Mm-hmm. Where you essentially turn your phone into a PC. Mm-hmm. Imagine you're a college student where instead of having to use your phone for that, you have this new box that has some of the capability of a PC, right? Maybe a very light version, similar to like a Chromium kind of thing, or like a Chromebook kind of thing. Very light. Maybe you can use Office on there. Playing into the Microsoft thing. Finally getting Office somewhere that can be usable. You have the capability to hook up that mouse and keyboard, which we already know they've been working on. You plug in maybe a USB, the Bluetooth USB for the mouse and keyboard. But not only can you do that with this device, but the device also mains as a console device. You could pick it up and walk around with it. You could hook it up to a TV in your dorm if you wanted to. It's a form factor style device in the vein of that ROG Ally X Steam Deck. Maybe it ends up being a little bit bigger, but you have the capability to take one cord, plug it into this device, put it on your screen, play whatever list of games that you have, not only on PC with your friends on the PC market, no matter where they are, but also your console friends, because they have a similar device, or maybe they end up making an extra device outside of that. I don't think that they will, but for all the people, because we're still supporting the previous gens, apparently, and I think the Series X is going to get additional support for some time, as we're still seeing, until they drop support for Xbox One, it's going to be hard for me to scope out how long the support is going to end up being for the series consoles, which was hardware that was much more in tune with the times versus the Xbox One or PlayStation 4 as an example, right? But just imagine that you're that college kid, you're working, you can get one device that allows you to do multiple things. I would just, if it were me, that would have been the killer device for me. When I think about the PSP, when I pick up the Nintendo Switch and I think about what I would want from a device like that, because the Nintendo Switch it's dope. When you think about the concept of playing games natively on that device and being able to dock it on something and play it on your TV, although it upscales it to 720, it says 1080, but I swear it's 720. But just being able to do that with the PC handheld market being under $1,000 now, how viable that could be for somebody. They could do a payment plan. You could save your ducats up. If it's just $100 more than what a traditional console would be, $600 as an example. This one device that could do a multifaceted thing. The one device that you can get for your kids to hook up in the living room, so you can manage not only their PC use, but also their overall game use as well. Something that you could put on any TV with one cord. Again, because cloud is still not there yet. I do not think that they are depending on cloud to do anything. That's why I feel so strongly about this next iteration. Whatever they're doing has to be a crossbreed, mixed breed. It has to be. Because if it's not, I just want somebody to be able to tell me so I can get out of the twilight zone. What is the next thing that these consoles can do to separate themselves from each other? Because if they don't, that goes against everything that you're speaking to, Pong, with innovation. So it's just, but imagine a world where that was a possibility, man. You could buy one device. You bought your you didn't have to buy, imagine you didn't have to buy a PC, Pong, because Xbox sold you a device that allowed you access seamlessly between you being able to hop on a Discord, do a podcast, and possibly, and take your device on the go. Have access to your full library, backlog, all that, everything continues to move forward with that. How dangerous that device could be. Wouldn't that reinvigorate the competition side of things, the ecosystem, the hardware ecosystem that we're speaking to? Well, or what would you think of? What I mean, like, how would you how can you see that vision? Do you see it? Am I painting the picture for you?
That's been a conversation we've had multiple times too, and I obviously agree with you. I mean, when I say they're going to try to dominate the living room space, that's what they're going to try to do. They're going to try to create potentially the all-in-one box with the convenience factor of a console, so that people, that are used to consoles, still get that experience, right? That they don't have to suddenly.
Real quick, sorry, Paul. I didn't mean to interrupt. Hey, 3-bit. I don't know if you're doing it intentionally, but let's not delete Nixie's messages.
Oh yeah. 3-bit. Yeah, no.
I will unmod you for that. I'm just being.
We didn't have 3-bit sign the Psychonauts.
We didn't have signed the deal.
We should add 3-bit sign the Psychonauts waiver.
Real quick, because I don't mean to interrupt Pong, because he's about to get in. Real quick, I love you, 3-bit. You're not a rando, but it is one of the things that we do here.
Oh, he said it's an accident.
Okay, cool. We like to have open conversation. No, we're not all going to agree. Say some people feel strongly about whatever their opinion is, and just leave it at that. If y'all can't find common ground, just leave it at that. As long as nobody's being toxic to one another. Again, Nixie, you as well. Let's be careful about the slight name calling as well, saying, hey, maybe your ears are dirty or whatever. Hey, let's not, as long as we don't make it personal, let's keep it to the conversation about the topic or whatever y'all are discussing, man. Right? And again, if it was an accident, no shade, no smoke. We're good. You know what I'm saying? That is just something that we do here. You good. You try to mute him. You're got you. Yeah. If that's something you got to do, then I 100% got you. That's just, we leave, we're non-console centric, non-platform centric. We don't mind the open conversation. Again, as long as things don't go personal, as long as things don't get absurdly personal and go crazy and go upside the head, it's just casual conversation. People just getting their opinions across the board and going from there.
Yeah,
right? No hard feelings.
Yeah, shout out to Has showed up in the chat. Has, great to see you.
What's going on?
Has says after Xbox leaked, after leaked Xbox stuff, Phil said plans had changed. Everyone is speculating it will be PC console hybrid with Steam. Maybe it will be just a traditional box. It could be, but again, Sarah Bond saying multiple times it's going to be the biggest technological leap ever in a generation.
They're cutting too many deals, bro. Like,
it just seems like it totally could be a traditional box, but again, to try to make that compelling to sell,
that goes against what you're trying to do.
Especially with this play wherever you want on whatever device you got, like this whole mentality that they now have. It just leads me to believe that they're going to do the same thing with their box, and they're going to do the same thing with the handle. Like, they're going to have it as open as possible. They're going to accept other people's ecosystems into their hardware as much as they want other people to accept their ecosystem in. So I think they're just going to lean into that. That's my thought process here, because if they do that, to Steele's point, right? And that's, again, we're both on the same page when it comes to Steele's point. That's why I said they're trying to take over the living room. What would be compelling is to offer, again, a console experience that opens it up so that you have access to your games in all these different libraries wherever you're at, obviously excluding Nintendo, obviously excluding PlayStation, although, right, PlayStation putting their games onto Steam and on PC, that would open up the possibility, obviously, if Steam runs within this box, that you could play your PlayStation games there. Now, again, PlayStation is going to try to create their own PC store. They are going to try the exclusivity thing with their own PC store. Many other people have tried to do this in the past. It is probably going to fail, just like all of them did. Everybody bends the knee to Steam, and they'll probably go back to putting their games over there sooner than later. But I think that if Xbox did pull off a hybrid system that was seamless, that gave you access to multiple libraries of games that you own, that offered you the convenience of a console, not the, obviously PC got to upgrade this, got to change out this, all that kind of stuff that people always complain about, myself included, right? Again, as a console only gamer for a very, very long time, the convenience of my Xbox is second to none. And that's why I still play games there, even though I have a PC that plays everything better. I still play games on my Series X constantly because of the convenience. If Xbox can pull that off and give me a handheld that runs native games, right? That opens up the same ecosystems to a handheld. Like, listen, now you're talking about a compelling argument, even if it is more expensive, right? Even if it is the enthusiast level type quality, you're still making an argument for other people, for when people now say, what's the point of owning an Xbox, right? What's the point of owning an Xbox? Just get yourself a PlayStation, get yourself a PC, maybe get yourself a Switch, and you're set. There is no reason to own an Xbox. Now Xbox brings back a reason to own their hardware. Because if you can give us all of that in one spot, and it's seamless, and we already know about cross saves, we already know about cross play, we know about all that stuff. If they can figure that shit out, now you give a reason for people to go get it, right? Now you give even a reason for some PlayStation folks to think about it, or some Switch players to think about it, right? Maybe some people who have held off. They've seen a lot of games they would love to play on Steam, but they just held off because they don't want to invest in that PC side of things. They don't want to mess with the PC side of things. But also when Xbox shows up, again, this isn't a new idea, right? Steam tried to do this with the Steam machine, right? They tried to do this. But maybe, just maybe, Microsoft and Xbox, with all of their knowledge, right, that they have accumulated over the years by doing their own hardware, like the Surface and all that kind of stuff, maybe they figured out how to make this all work in one box that will appeal to people differently than the Steam machines tried to. And maybe just this time they hit that magic note. And all of a sudden you do see a resurgence in the Xbox hardware brand side of things. And all of a sudden you do see Xbox become wanted, right? And like, oh shit, man, this is like, wow, this is kind of like the ultimate box in a lot of ways. Yeah, I'm not going to get every freaking game all the time,
right?
But holy shit, I got a lot. And it makes it easy for me to jump into Steam, which I've never tried. It makes me easy to jump into Epic Game Store. It makes me easy. I can get sales now that all the PC guys talk about. Oh my God, I can save money on gaming. I think they got a chance to do that. And I think that might be the way they're going. Plus, not to mention, Steve, all the other investment that they have made into AI. They're going to put the latest AI chips in here, in this new thing. Okay. It's going to happen. Now, what that means long term, we don't know yet, right? Could it be the advantage that nobody else really has because of how much Microsoft has invested into AI? Yeah, it could be. It could be the offering that changes everything, right? They've already, Steele, with AI, come up with their own DLSS, right? Which supposedly, like just what people have seen so far, is pretty damn fucking impressive. And that's only going to get better because it's new. So they're already out here showing kind of some of the tech that we are going to potentially see, and I think most likely see in the box, but that could give them the advantage overall as well. Again, I don't envy Sarah Bond and her team for what they have to try to go do here to try to sell hardware now that your publishing side, your software side of things in Xbox is basically a third party, or is now known as third party publisher, and that people are just expecting most of your games to come everywhere. I don't envy it, but I do think having that kind of free reign to go and say, hey, we're not going to do a traditional box anymore. We're not going to do a traditional handheld this time around. We're really going to try to blow people's minds. We're really going to try to think way outside the box here. And we're going to use the advantages we have internally to make something that people weren't expecting from us, because it doesn't matter at this point. We're not doing the traditional thing anymore. So let's go try to surprise people, and let's go really try to grab some people's attentions with whatever we're going to get done. I think that opportunity is exciting, as well as being as much of an uphill battle as it is. I think it's exciting, especially for the engineers and the people who like to do this stuff, because I don't think there's any rules right now, Steele, that they got to follow. And I think they can try some new stuff that people maybe would never have tried before if they were stuck to that traditional market. So that's where I'm at with it. I agree with you.
Yeah. So Hey, as passionate as that conversation was, I think we hit a lot of good points there as well. I'm trying to get my camera back on just because it was bothering me a little bit there.
Yeah, East side.
There we go.
East side, for us, East side, that's a given, right? We're already bought into the system. Again, I'm riding this train until the wheels fall off, right? I'm not going anywhere, right? I'm convinced. That's what I said earlier. You know that your Xbox people, right? Even the fake people that say they're going to sell their Xbox and leave, whatever, they're not going to. Most of them are not. Yes, you'll have one or here or there. We're all sold on this. We all think this is the greatest value in gaming. I love this ecosystem. Again, PlayStation's giving me no reasons to go buy their box, right? They're giving me no reason.
You can say the same thing about both sides right now.
Right. You can.
I don't have.
Absolutely.
So how do you
don't have a reason.
Right.
And they don't even have a great subscription service that I'm interested in, right?
Yeah, no.
Xbox is giving me the greatest value in gaming with Game Pass, right? And to your point, yeah, you get to try the games before dropping $70 on them. Eastside, that's another advantage. Cross saves, cross progression, all that shit. I get, again, I buy one version, I get the PC version. As somebody who now has a PC, I double my value.
If they make that more of a thing, where that's another form of value.
Deals. Yes,
if they can do that with Steam,
I'm already sold. What I'm talking about, Eastside, is how you grab other people's attention, because obviously that's kind of capped out. We've seen that. Otherwise, we still would have massive growth like we saw early on with Game Pass, right? We would see them still selling hardware at a good clip, but we've seen that slow down. Now, college football has supposedly helped that, but again, we saw that slowdown, right?
It's gonna be games, yeah.
That's just a fact. We saw the slowdown. The X not selling great, right? Worldwide, not selling great at all. So we kind of seen that cap out. That value for those of us that play games like that, it does have a limit. What I'm talking about is being compelling to the people who maybe avoided your ecosystem this entire time, or have said, oh, Xbox is just not giving me any reason to invest. Just like I say that about PlayStation this time around. Xbox is not giving me any reason to invest. You bring out something like we're talking about, and I think you do suddenly grab some people's attention that maybe weren't paying attention before, and you make them second guess, and you make them go, oh, wait. Wow, yeah, that would be kind of cool to have all that in one spot, right? Oh, and now you're gonna give me a handheld too, and I can seamlessly, my games just, oh my God, I can seamlessly play a game on my handheld, and then it just goes to my box when I'm in that room, and all of a sudden I'm just right. Like, there's a lot they could do that for other people outside of those of us that are already sold on it. That's what I was talking about, you said. But yeah, it is the greatest value in gaming. I think so. We've been selling that forever.
Yeah, and it's not even remotely close, and I don't think anybody's going to end up approaching that kind of mass at any point soon, just because of how well things have been going. Yeah, man. Look, everybody's good. Nixon was just saying 3-bit is good people. I don't take anything personal in gaming ever. If I offended him, I apologize. If he can read this, hey, look, I will continue to iterate. Not everybody has to be friends with everyone. But the one thing that we should be able to do is at least respect how we feel about things. Gene, you're very funny for that. He said, how's Wukong on Xbox? Well, Gene, how's Wukong on PlayStation? That seemingly isn't being talked about.
Yeah, and it's supposedly not good.
But again, Wukong, I will be 100% with y'all. Wukong is getting the same treatment that Jedi Survivors got.
Yep.
It's getting passes for, at least from what I have seen. Because even on PC, Wukong is not. It needs to be optimized more. Now, is it still potentially my game of the year? You goddamn right it is. And I still haven't talked about the games that I've been playing. I was about to roll into Gamescom. But so off of that side of the conversation, let's get back into what we've been playing and what our weeks have been like, Pong. So pass it out to my brother again. Pong, what you been into? You said the First Descendant earlier.
First Descendant, yeah, here we go. Let's see how long this one lasts, right? So before Steele's got to jump in here with something else. No, I love it, man. I love that we just do that. I love how it just works. My God, we talked about fucking comic books, for God's sakes, too.
We did.
Listen, yeah, no, the only other thing I want to mention outside of the First Descendant, right? That I've been playing is I did grab a game called Shadows of Doubt. Now this is on PC.
Okay.
Shadows of Doubt, as it's not a full release. It's launching full release in September. I was playing Nobody Wants to Die. I did go back to that a little bit too, right? So I got in this detective mode, right? And I've had my eyes on Shadows of Doubt. Shadows of Doubt is also a futuristic cyberpunk kind of world. But this is an immersive sim. Okay. So this is on another level. This is, first of all, it's voxel. So if you don't like voxel, that voxel look, then this isn't going to be a game for you. However, if you don't mind the voxel look to things, right, then there's a lot to love about this fucking game. It's been getting great reviews on PC, and I jumped into it for about 5 hours. It is an immersive sim. Each time you jump into a world, the world is procedurally generated. Again, It's in a futuristic cyberpunk kind of dark, gritty setting, right? And you are a detective. I'm running through the tutorial to learn kind of the mechanics involved here. Every person in the city has a complete life cycle. Okay. So they've got a job that they go to daily, perform tasks. They go home, they go shopping, they do stuff. That all occurs whether you're in the area or not. Right? So this is right up my alley, right? This is the stuff we talk about when we talk about, like Dishonored, Bethesda, when you're talking about, Elder Scrolls and that kind of stuff.
Right.
Like, I love this stuff, right? So all these people are living their lives in this city. The city is procedurally generated each time, so each time it's different. It gives you a crime that you need to solve, Steel.
Okay.
How you go about solving that crime is completely 1000% up to you.
Okay.
Completely. They give you tools, right? But how you find out about people, you can break and enter into people's apartments, anybody's, even people not related to the crime, Steel. So randos. And you can gather information. You can rifle through their stuff in their apartment. You can look through their wallet. You can steal their fucking money if you want to. You can hack into computer systems, Steel. You can watch CCTV and watch just people go about their business. Again, people unrelated to the crime completely. It is 100% complete freedom how you want to play this game and what you want to do. You can beat random people up. You can shoot random people if you want to. You can totally go GTA in this game if you want to. This is a damn cool game, man. Yeah. Again, if you don't mind the voxels, I highly recommend Shadows of Doubt. Again, full release 1.0 will be coming September. It does support controller, right? It is, I think the devs have said that they're planning on bringing it to consoles, if not already, but it is going to launch on PC first, full release. Shadows of Doubt is a fucking fantastic game. I was having a great time with this game, man.
That's pretty fun.
It is. It's crazy because you get used to gaming. And most games have limitations, and most games, again, Blocky, and that's why GTA is so popular. That's why Elder Scrolls is so popular. It's about the freedom. It's about the exploration. It's about being able to do what most games don't allow you to do. Like, you always have boundaries of what you can do, right? This game, it's open, man. You can walk into any building and shit's going on. People are living their lives. You can knock on doors and people answer their door, Steel, and you can start questioning them. And sometimes they'll give you information. Sometimes they'll tell you to fuck off.
Damn.
Right? Sometimes you can ask them as a detective, may I come in and take a look around? Some people will let you come in. Yeah, I have nothing to hide. Come on in. And they don't even have to be related to the crime. You can just walk in their apartment building and start searching through their shit. It's awesome, man.
Is this a random game you found?
No, I've been watching this game. Okay, yeah, I've been watching this game for a while. I've been hearing about it. People have been talking about Shadows of Doubt. Again, the PC, Steel, the PC side is so massive. There's so many randoms. Right? Things get lost in there. But I think originally why I had seen this pop on X, I think, in a post. Somebody had posted about this game. And the reason why I noticed it was about the same time that I saw Nobody Wants to Die. And because it's cyberpunk, right? They both use like neon in their titles, right? It looks like neon. And so I think it caught my attention, like, oh, this looks like nobody wants that. What is this Shadows of Doubt? And then I started reading about it, and I'm like, oh, yeah, you're a detective. Wait, Nobody Wants to Die is a detective game. What are we doing here? But then I started reading up on it. I was like, oh, this is voxel. Oh, this is like an immersive. This is wide open. Like you get to do whatever the hell you want to try to solve this crime. Like you get fingerprint steal. You can match up fingerprints, and then they have a whole board set up in the game where you can pin evidence. You can pin anything you want to, really. Anything you find, you can pin. And then it starts drawing red lines from the location, like a certain location. What you found at that location will have the red string, right? The red lines, connecting everything together. But you got to figure it all out. You got to piece it all together. Then you can go to the police department. You got to fill out a form, and you got to fill out the form with who you think did it. Kind of like Clue, right? Who did it? Okay. What was the weapon that they used? Blah, blah, blah. And you can be wrong. You can get the wrong person arrested.
I like that.
Yeah. So totally cool game, man. So go check out Shadows of Doubt if you're on PC. Go check it out. I picked it up on one of the code sites for $10. So it's a cheap game. It's not expensive. Let me check real quick even what it is. I can't remember what full price is. Full price is $25.
Yeah, that's not bad.
$24.99.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. So that's early access, obviously. And again, 1.0 is coming out next month. So yeah, totally cool, man. So that's the game I'll leave you with. Shadows of Doubt, bro.
I like hearing about stuff like that, man. Things that I probably wouldn't jump into, but random games just kind of come out of nowhere. I mean, I know you said you had you've been kind of paying attention to it, but it's those. That's what it just makes it so unique to have those kind of highlights that come through and pull your attention in. So that's dope, man.
And like I said, if you're looking for open world, if you like that, like total freedom, again, you can do a citizen's arrest on the street of anybody steal. You can put them in handcuffs if you want.
That's fire.
Yeah, it's fire. You climb through vents. They got the whole vent system in the buildings. You can climb through vents. They got security systems. You can get if you're in an unauthorized area, you get security after you. They've got gun turrets, right? Again, when we were talking Cyberpunk, they got gun turrets. Yeah. Security will show up. You can escape through the vent systems. You can do all that kind of shit, dude. They got sniping. They got cameras, so you can take pictures and line up your. Bro, it's crazy. Like I haven't even gotten into the full game.
Sounds like it has a lot of depth. Yeah, that's kind of dope.
Tons of depth. So yeah, go check that out. Absolutely. Cole Powered Games is the developer. It's published by Fireshine Games. And it's got very positive reviews after 9,659 reviews on Steam. Nice. Definitely. It was released April 24th of 2023 in early access. So
fire. Yep. Okay. Yeah. No, well, I mean, in that same vein, I mean, I guess I could bring up my beginnings of Mafia. I had mentioned it last week, I believe that was. We had talked about Mafia for a little bit, and everybody in chat and Pong had recommended to me that I try out Mafia. Mafia Definitive Edition is in Game Pass, was in PC Game Pass. I had never played the Mafia trilogy. I did jump into Mafia 1, I would say, before Black Myth came out. And I will say that Mafia does have a new fan in me. Now, I'm still earlier on in the game. I almost stopped playing the game, though, because, look, I am a racer fan. I love racing games. But the racing in that game is completely horrendous. I really don't want to experience that shit ever again. But that almost made me not want to continue to play the game ever again. But I think when I finish with Black Myth or in between those sessions of Gundam Breaker or whatever the case, I do want to get through a good play session through the Mafia trilogy, because I do like the way that they were telling that story. So I had some action going on in there as well. I have some gripes with the gunplay mechanics as well, but neither here or there. They have got a little bit of a fan out of me, and I only got a few hours in it, I believe, and I do have some gameplay recorded for that as well. So something to keep in mind. Yeah, I saw that, Nixie. I saw that recently, and I might jump into that. But yeah, man. So shout out to Mafia. I didn't think I was going to end up liking it as much as I've seemingly ended up having interest in it. And I like Mafia type stuff, mob boss type mentality and whatnot. So that's super dope. Ghostwolf says, is it something you have to do to progress the story still? Yes. The racing part of it, it definitely is. Now, whether you get first place or not, I don't know if that's part of the story, whether you would need to, but I was so focused on getting first place. So that was another kind of thing on it as well. Maybe it was I'm also playing on hard. So maybe those things kind of play into it all, and how difficult it ended up making it. Maybe it was overly tuned because of that. It's just weird. It's just weird. It just feels, driving in the game feels weird overall. But again, you're also talking about freaking cars that from the 30s and 40s, right? They were old as hell, brick as hell. They're not going to drive like cars today would. So it has its own. It has its thing in it. But so that's been one of the things that I was into, along with in and out of the First Descendant. So shout out to the First Descendant. But the main crux for me has definitely been Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong, for those who aren't familiar, it is an action RPG. It's rooted in Chinese mythology. The story is based on Journey to the West, and it's one of the 4 classic great novels of Chinese literature. Essentially, you set out as a destined one to venture into the challenges and marvels ahead to uncover the obscure truth beneath the veil of a glorious legend from the past. Essentially, how the stories kind of set you up is you are Wukong, but especially with how the game intros you into it, I'm pretty sure a lot of people have probably seen it by now. I won't get too far into it because I do think it's an experience to get in there for yourself. But no, there's no spoilers there. You do start off as Wukong. I'm guessing that it is like the true Wukong or whatever the iteration of that Wukong that existed, because you essentially get reincarnated. Now, you aren't that same one, which again, I like that concept of it, right? And you are kind of progressing through the story to re-unlock your abilities and find out kind of what's going on behind the scenes. And fight all these bosses. Now, one of the number one things that I do want to start with is, because this is something that people were saying before the game had released, this game is not a boss rush game. There are a lot of bosses in the game, so I can get why some people may have said, hey, this game feels very boss rushy. It does sometimes feel like, hey, it's a boss after boss after boss, right? When you go through an area, boom, there's a boss. You go over here, boom, there's a boss. I actually like that, right? You go on these offshoot paths. It gives you reasons to adventure, right? The other thing that I do want to blatantly tell people up front, this game is a Souls-like game. This is not a Devil May Cry-esque game. I want to give people that up front. And to your point, Gene, it is more boss rush than standard Souls games, for sure. But I think that's what adds on to more the action-oriented side of it. Because when you say boss rush, I'm more so thinking, hey, it's just boss. There's not really any progression or exploring that you could really do. Every path that you go down is just a boss, right? That's not always the case, right? A lot of the paths kind of fold in on themselves. Sometimes you can unlock secrets, which is very Souls-esque. Again, that's why I say it's more Souls-like than anything, for sure. But it is also on the more action-oriented side of a Souls game, right? So take that as you will. I think, because Pong has continued to ask kind of like, what are my thoughts on it, to help see if he would have interest in it, because I know Pong doesn't typically like Souls games overall, just because of that. Not everybody likes beating their head up against the wall, fighting the same bosses over and over again. To be very honest and upfront, this game does have some of that, right? You are going to end up fighting some of these bosses multiple times because they do have certain fight patterns. But the thing that I think is interesting about this game is that it leans very heavily into its power fantasy. What I'm using to fight these enemies or whatever may not be the same things that you use to fight these enemies and bosses and such, right? And there is many diverse paths, and through the skill trees that you have, you'll end up getting a lot of different skill points that you can put in different areas depending on what you feel is valued. It's not a Souls game, because Souls games traditionally lean more into class-based type things. You can build this particular type of way. But again, it would be remiss not to at least mention it does pull elements from that. You don't, you do get the reset of enemies when you sit at a bonfire, as an example. You do have thing to where you travel through the bonfire and all that good stuff. How the levels are set up is very akin to Dark Souls 1 or 3, right? The way that it folds and everything else. Although, again, what makes it feel more boss rushy is that there are more boss type enemies to fight. It's an extremely fun game. I think it's more accessible than most Souls games. If there was one that I was going to recommend to people and say, hey, I know you don't typically like these games. I know you have an interest. This would be the one that I would tell people to play. Even more so than Wukong, because I know Wukong was also one of my main entry points for games that play into the power fantasy, feel good to play, but aren't overly difficult. This fits into that. This is definitely easier to play than Neo, easier to play than even, there's another one that was on my mind right there that I completely lost. It's easier to play than Lords of the Fallen. I think it's easier to play than any other Souls game, but it's because of that character-centric play style, right? It's very focused on the staff, right? You get an idea of the different things that you can play with, but it also has its variance to it. Now, can it get tough? Yes, you do run into some instances where you can probably tell, hey, maybe I shouldn't be here right now. But the game also does things that Souls games have done traditionally, where they drop items in other areas that could potentially help you fight this boss, right? So as far as like the boss that you have on screen, I didn't know that there was a wind charm, as an example, to help nullify some of the damage that this wind guy was doing. Now, would I have used that anyway? Probably not. I don't do that. I would rather just fight the dude straight up. But if you did use it, you may end up having a 10 times easier of a fight with this boss, as an example, because he's based on wind, than I did, right? This game, the other thing that I think is a huge positive for it as well, not only is it visually pretty, but it's also a video game as video games, right? Doesn't take itself overly serious. All the number one thing that I like in any game is when all the rules of the game apply to everything in the game, not just you as somebody traversing the world. No, if the enemy can attack you through a wall, they can attack other enemies through walls. You can hit them through the wall. Like, there's just other little things and attention to detail that you typically don't see in other places that are available here. And I gotta give Game Science a shout out for. The other thing too, speaking of detail, I get so caught up in the deformation of, and again, not everybody has to do this, and I'm not saying that it makes this game leagues and bounds better, but the attention to detail is extremely noticeable, right? When you talk about a game that feels like it's a next gen game, Black Myth Wukong feels like a next gen game to me, right? From its appearance, the way that it plays, the way that it looks, just the visual details that you get, moving through shrubs, moving through sand, moving through snow, seeing how even your staff can affect the ground. Now, it's not consistent everywhere. You'll see it in places that don't really have multi-level surfaced kind of material where it doesn't do that. Like if you're on flatter ground, it won't make marks on the ground or whatever, or your staff will, cut through the ground, kind of clip through the ground, excuse me. There's just little video game stuff like that still happens in here. But as far as being a game, Wukong nails it completely out of the park. I was just telling the people, Pong, I don't know if you ended up hearing that. If you were looking for a game that's a video game as video game, and it's easier to play than typical Souls games, Black Myth Wukong is that game for you. Now, again, I know you're big about the frustration side of it. I don't think it's overly tuned to be frustrating. I think it gives you enough room to kind of figure out what your shortcomings are and how to adjust. You can also change whatever investments you make into any skill tree at any time without cost. So if you want to try out different abilities, different things, right, you have free viability to do so. And it does feel more action oriented as far as the combat flow goes, right? Now, if you don't like resting at a bonfire, fighting the same enemies over and over again kind of thing, then maybe that would be a detractor. But the one thing that I will say as well, Pong, is that because I know you like to get in some of these areas, grind up for some points, you know, you might farm a little bit if you find a good area. I think, not even I think, this game does a very good job of making your time feel rewarded. So when you fight enemies, you feel like you're getting a good amount of XP no matter what your level is. It's not like you go from the XP that you were getting at level 10 to the XP that you get at level 50, as an example, still feels very similar as far as the XP gain goes. So it feels linear in that. You know that, hey, if I get a certain amount of XP, I'm gonna get another level. I don't have to overly grind to get that level, and I can possibly become stronger, unlock more abilities, and become more comfortable with how I'm playing Wukong, right? So
does the leveling, do you feel the power increase like right away, or does it take, I mean,
the power increases.
Like sometimes you get a bigger number level wise, but you really don't feel it. Like, does this one do a nice job of doing that, or is it like in like every 5 levels you really feel like you gain something? Like, how is that structured? You know,
depending on the abilities that you unlock and whatnot, it can be huge boons and it can be small things, right? If you just unlocked a new ability, this new ability isn't all of a sudden going to make you a god. But as an example, like if you get to the 4th chapter and you go back chapters, you do feel the strength different there. So for an example, I'm like level 60 or whatever right now, and I'm in like chapter 4. If I go back to chapter 1, I'm like 2-tapping enemies, 1-tapping some enemies, right? So it's like if you want to go back, and because there's other things to unlock in those earlier chapters, right? It's not like you can never go back, right? You can go back to chapter 1, 2, you can go back to these, it doesn't limit to chapters. It just goes, you can go back to areas. When you go back to that areas, you notice a strength difference. There's also weapons that you unlock as well. And as you get stronger weapons, and that might be what's making it consistent, because the weapons that you were using on those first initial stages is not the weapons that you're going to be using as you're in your chapter 4, because you unlocked a lot more stuff. But because of that, it allows you to feel strong. Like if you're having a tough time in chapter 4 fighting a certain boss, you can go back into those previous areas, go find other bosses, end up unlocking 5, 10 additional skill points, like, because you'll rack them up. There's a lot of times where I'll end up racking 3 or 4 skill points, even being over level 50. And it's just like, damn, and now in 3 or 4 skill points can make a vast difference in how what you were doing before an hour ago to how you feel now, right? So that's the main way that I would describe on how it feels. I think it's one of the most rewarding action games that I've played in comparison. Again, right now, this game is my game of the year. The only thing that can make it worse if this game falls off the deep end as far as story goes, but it seems to be only ramping up further. And it's my game of the year so far because of not only presentation, it being a video game as video game, and it just feeling good to play. Like, I can't tell you, Elden Ring is probably the last game that really truly made me smile. But even Elden Ring, it wasn't as consistent as it is, as I'm finding myself in Black Myth, where it's like akin to like something to like a Sora's Wrath, where it's so over the top sometimes where you just can't help but be like, hey, man, this is fucking cool, bro. Like, the thing that I feel like we've been missing over the years with games getting back to what made them special, that cool factor, Black Myth Wukong knocks out the park.
Love to hear that.
Game Science, for this to be their first mainline game, the amount of first party pedigree that this game feels like is extremely impressive. Not only that though, it does feel unique in the genre that it's trying to pitch to. But I don't want to get people confused. This is a more action focused Souls light game. It's not a Souls like because you don't get in, there's no loss for dying. There's none of that, right? Other than going back through the area, there's no loss for anything. And it kind of, when you die, you kind of don't mind fighting some of these enemies, although some can be annoying, but you don't mind it because when you fight them, you get a good amount of XP, which makes you feel like you're working toward, like you're building yourself up, right? And I haven't noticed a point yet to where it was like, oh, I'm fighting these enemies and I don't feel like I'm really getting much XP out of this. This feels pointless. No, everything feels integral to the experience, and it always feels like a progression forward, which I think is super dope. Right. And Gene, I haven't played Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade could come out on PC towards the end of the year and be another knockout for me. Right. But right now, fucking Black Myth Wukong it's a solid fucking experience. I'm really loving what I'm getting from it. Apparently New Game Plus, it's worth playing as well because of how they present it. I do know you get to carry abilities over and everything. So this might be a game that ends up getting that New Game Plus run for me as well, if they do truly have those additional things to chase and to get into, and I'm extremely impressed with it. But it does have performance issues, right? There are fights that I get into, and again, I just think this speaks to how much of an impression the game has made on me, where there are moments where it chops up sometimes in combat, and it does make it like I should have been able to dodge that. Why didn't I dodge that? Kind of situations. But it's not as bad as something like I experienced with Jedi Survivor, with Lords of the Fallen, where it wasn't as bad as a Jedi Survivor as it was in Lords of the Fallen, where in Lords of the Fallen, it was chopping during combat a lot of the time. And it was an extreme turnoff. And it could be extremely annoying, right? So that's the one thing that they do need to work on PlayStation 5. I've seen a lot of people discuss, even Digital Foundry broke it down. Look, guys, me and Pong are right there with you for the cyberpunk methodology of how we look at games, right? Me and Pong had good experience with cyberpunk on release, although I had a couple issues. Pong ran into a couple things, right? But I don't think this game has cyberpunk type issues, but there is something to be said about the poor performance, right? The game needs more optimization. This game I think it's a crime if you're playing this game at 30 frames. There's no way that this game feels good to you at 30 frames. Again, if that's how you feel, I hear you. I will always disagree with that. I am not on that 30 FPS train. Again, we could talk about Avowed later with them doing the 30 FPS as well. But this game deserves to be played at 60. And I really do hope that sooner rather than later, and unfortunately it doesn't seem like it's going to be sooner, because Game Science did come out recently and say that it may take some time to get a performance patch on PlayStation 5 because apparently on the graphics side of things, it's bottlenecked. And having a graphics bottleneck that is a line that's hard to tread without having a PlayStation 5 Pro or something like that can help do some of the additional lifting, because what you're going to end up happening is you're going to have to further bring down some of the lighting features, some of the shadows, some of the overall texture work in the game to possibly hit that 60. But I do have good faith that some faith that they won't have to sacrifice too much to get some decent performance. Unreal Engine 5, I think it's playing decently. It's playing decently for me. Not bad enough to the point where it's similar to Jedi Survivor, where it was choppy in moments, but I've been having a good time with it overall.
Yeah, MG and I am considering playing this. That's why I left it up to Steel to tell me whether or not I could. So hearing what he's saying,
Hellblade 2 looks better for sure.
I think I could play this. I think I can give this one a go. Now, again, with the performance stuff and that kind of stuff, I will wait. I will wait on a sale, and I will wait on a patch. Obviously, I'm going to play on PC, but I will wait on a patch. I will wait on a sale, and I will pick this up and give it a go. Because
on your 4K OLED, bro. Oh my!
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This game would be very pretty,
gorgeous. Yes,
I think you have a good time with it. I think you would have more fun with it than you did with Elden Ring.
Yeah, because from what you're telling me, I will. Again, people think that I have like this, like I won't play any hard game. That's not true. Like again, I will play games in which I do have to go back and fight again and again and again. There is a certain amount that I will give leeway wise, as long as I feel like I can get past it. Souls games, again, for the most part, I didn't. Elden Ring was a little bit different because I could go explore. I could skip bosses if I didn't want to fight them or whatever the case may be.
This is that.
I ran with Steel. And let him carry me a little bit too. It was a little bit different, but at the end of the day, it still wound up being am I really going to do this? No, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to put the time in. But this game here, again, I've played Ninja Gaidens.
It's very more so in the vein. That's the difficulty is more akin to a Ninja Gaiden, which I
can do. Again, am I going to say 100% I'm going to finish this game or 100% I won't give up on it? No. But from what Steele's telling me, I think I've got a good shot at getting a lot of enjoyment out of this game because the game has already sold me. Like I want to play the game just from the visuals, from the the Eastern flavor. You guys all know I love Eastern mythology, like all of that.
Oh
like
yeah,
Journey to the West story is just fantastic. I want to see this. So yeah, I'm already sold on the game, but from what Steele's telling me, I think I am going to give this one a go. I will wait for a patch or two on
Black
PC
Friday deal or something like that. Oh yeah.
Coming up. Coming up. Yeah, for sure. I think I'm going to give this a go. So I'll be picking it up on PC and checking it out. And again, the PlayStation 5 version. Oh, and it's almost a good thing that it didn't come out on Xbox. So, because again, everybody would have blamed the Xbox.
It's also selling consoles,
the Xbox for the problem. Yeah, it's selling consoles in China, which is weird because I thought the Chinese were PC based. So why are they going to buy PlayStation 5s to play this game when it's on PC? And again, the PC version isn't great, the PlayStation version isn't great. It's weird to me that's happening. It's weird that's happening over there.
It's a good thought process. I mean, I
hear the thought process. So anyway, it doesn't matter. Again, the game success. I'm just happy for Game Science because again, another small team coming out of nowhere.
That's the main thing. Yeah.
Getting called bullshit and showing up the AAA big boys like this. I love this. Needs to happen again when we talk about competition. When we talk about driving points home, this is what I love to see. First Descendant, Black Myth Wukong, right? Helldivers 2 when it was huge out of a small team. I love small teams kicking the big AAA's ass and showing them how to do it right
with a smaller budget.
Stop with the fucking not with small budget, small team. Again, this game started out with like 20 people originally, and then they had a max of 100 people towards the end of production, and that's an estimate. It was a max of right around 100. That's how you produce games. And look at the quality, like Steel was talking about. I was watching him the other day, and even through YouTube compression, watching some of the deformation in the clouds and that kind. What?
Yeah, the amount
I know it's Unreal Engine 5, but we got big AAA publishers not using that tech. It's like, what?
You know how often I bring up like the detail is what I am looking for as we're moving further into next gen or gaming. Yeah. This game has the things that you would look for or what you would expect in, hey, I want to see some detail. I want to see when I move through shrubbery, I want to see that move. And when I move through this, I want to see that move. When I'm moving through the sand, I want to, and it's not like what's crazy, Paul. It's not like it's deformation that you look behind you and it goes away. No, like this shit is staying. Yeah. Like almost on like Bethesda level type shit.
Yeah.
It's dope to see, right? And it's impressive to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And Decado, the First Descendant devs listening to
it's extremely impressive.
Listening to their fans, unlike Helldivers 2, right? They went against the fans and they kind of have demolished their game. I'm not going to lie. Like, they kind of destroyed their whole fan base. The First Descendant listening to fans, coming out saying, we're not going to nerf anything. In fact, we want you to feel godlike. So continue on. We're just going to keep doing more of that shit. Like, all of that stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right? That's when I like to see the small guys, kick the big guys' asses and again, give them examples as to why these big time AAA developers sometimes really don't have a clue to what they're doing, and that they need to look at these smaller developers like we talk about all the time. That's the difference between nowadays games. Again, I know games are bigger, games are much different than they were back in the day, but as Steele and I have always talked about, there was something to those dev teams. They had to work with tech that was, oh my God, awful to work with to try to develop games. Every single box was different. They had small teams, small budgets, and yet somehow they worked fucking miracles. And they figured it all out and got it to make it happen, right? We've lost some of that. Now it's just, let's just hire 500 more devs and throw it on there. That'll fix everything. No, it doesn't. No, there's effort involved. There is some crunch involved. Sometimes you got to get a little less sleep than you might want to make shit happen, right? And that's what these smaller devs wind up doing. Of course, we're not going to hear about it, right? We don't have Jason Schreier over in China doing reporting on crunch, but these devs were putting in the fucking work.
Oh yeah.
Okay, these devs were sleeping at the office, right? That's some of the stuff that we missed. I'm not saying that's great. I'm not saying it's healthy. I'm just saying there is a little bit of magic that we've lost in the game making, and these smaller devs bring some of it back and show the big boys how it's done. And I hope they're taking notice of all these games this year, especially Steel. We've had a lot of examples of small teams really coming in, punching way above their weight. So,
yeah, man, it's been extremely impressive to me. I think it's dope. It's dope to see that the game ended up being exactly what I wanted it to be, and more. The intro sequence to the game, again, this is why we fall in love with gaming. You put me in those moments from the very beginning and give me a reason to be invested in what is happening. The cloud deformation that they had in the beginning, just the whole entire fight just felt good to jump in. The size differences that you feel traversing through this game as well. It's super dope to play, man. Especially on my lead up to Gundam Breaker 4, which comes out next week. It's just been a really good time. The lead up of games that I've just been jumping into, Forspoken, not Forspoken, excuse me. Path, you go from Flintlock to Path of the Goddess to now I jumped a little bit of Mafia, Black Myth Wukong, and then having Gundam Breaker 4 as well. Still playing the First Descendant. Like, ladies and gentlemen, even that slew of games didn't exist. Having that on your plate did not exist even 10 years ago, right? And it's just a grand and beautiful thing to think about. Makes it extremely appreciative for the times that we're in, but it also helps me recognize that, hey, we do need to get back to video games just being good at being video games instead of trying to make sure that they're politically correct about every little thing, and just kind of going from there, man. So I like the focus, regardless of how about some of the behind the scenes things that the people have been talking about with game science, whether there's truth to it or not. Still haven't had complete transparency about either. So I have to take things as is, and I am excited to see what game science is going to do next, because I was listening to ACG a bit. He had Abantis and JP on, apparent. I don't know who he was, but they were kind of talking about it a little bit, and I would like them see them game science kind of do this Black Myth kind of mythos, right? Where they do Black Myth Wukong, and then maybe they do Black Myth something else, right? And Black Myth just becomes like the thing that you kind of expect to see, to house whatever IP that they work on next, right? Whatever story that I would like to see them go down all the traditional Chinese mythological stories and in this quality, style, and them all have the kind of their own gameplay elements that they play into for those characters. I think that'd be really dope. So yeah, man. That's what I've been into over the last week as I've been prepping for the next week. And yeah, man, it's just been a really good time. So
love it.
Oh man, you guys in there talking about Avowed? I think we'll talk a little bit about Avowed in this next section here about Gamescom. I am actually, we'll just jump directly into Gamescom. That's probably the most influential thing that has happened this week. For sure, huge and major gaming event. A lot of different things were shown here. I actually want to give a shout out to Gamescom and to the website themselves. Let me see if I can get it pulled up here, because Gamescom actually did a kind of release of all the games that they were shown, and I really love the way that they ended up displaying these on their site. Right? They not only do they list every game, but they give thumbnails for each and every one of them. You can click on them and find additional details about them. They even give you a little trailer about them as well. Like, this is what I mean by like, this is something that the gamers talk about, right? This is what I would like to see from an IGN. This is what I would like to see from Game Informer doesn't exist anymore. Eurogamer, other PC Gamer. This is what I would like to see them do when they break down a game, right? Why does it take Gamescom, a gaming event, to come out for games to be given a list where you can see everything that has been released, have a thumbnail that you can clip? This reminds me of those Blockbuster days when you used to see the front cover of a game and be like, oh, damn, what is that? Like, even this Elder Scrolls, for an example, Gold Road, I'd imagine this is some form of DLC. Like what is that? That fucking thumbnail looks dope as hell. You find out some more info. You can click on it. We'll find out some more information. They give you a trailer for what was shown at Gamescom. Super dope concept. I do think that instead of Keighley and Summer Games Fest becoming more of that replacement for E3, I think Gamescom might be becoming that new stand-in for what E3 was, right? Where you get to play games on the floor. There's a lot of games that were also shown at Gamescom, apparently, like Crimson Desert, for an example, where people were able to get hands-on play sessions with that game, which isn't available anywhere else. I know, Pong, you've mentioned that. Hey, man, why don't you bring some of those demos to all the platforms so more people can experience, so you can have more input and more ideas put into the bucket if you're at that stage of it. And again, maybe it's more cost effective or whatever the case, but Gamescom seemingly is the most game forward event of the last years. And again, I know I'm glowing a lot about this website. I'm extremely impressed about this. I don't know if they did this last year or whatever the case, but this is just super.
I never saw this deal. I'm looking at it too, and it's set up like you're in the Xbox store, basically.
Bro,
it's set up so you could just see like everything. Like, you can just click on games, and they got a whole list of every single
gives
game
you details, description, all that.
And you can
stuff,
click on it, and you can click on it and go see the details on exactly what was said at Gamescom or what they presented. Like, yeah, it gives you, man, it's crazy. Yeah, it's very well done. What a professional website, man.
So shout out to Gamescom. Shout out to Gamescom themselves as an event. I mean, seemingly the people that have had a really good time as well. Got some behind the scenes look and conversation. I guess since we're getting to Gamescom, some of the behind the scenes conversation, I guess we might as well just jump directly into Avowed. Because it was one of the main standouts from Gamescom. We can talk about opening night live if you would like. I haven't watched the complete opening night live. I've seen more so highlights from opening night live. My downness of opening night live is more so about them showing a lot of things that we had kind of known about already. But again, I wasn't really expecting much from it. So I'm being funny about it being overly negative about it. I just kind of felt a middle ground about it. I did hear more people talking about Jeff Keighley and how he was coming across. And again, we did talk about how indie kind of was announced there. And he was seemingly excited about indie coming to PlayStation, right? Because again, it does fit into the conversation in the narratives about Xbox games coming to PlayStation. Even shot to Conor Moriarty, regardless how you feel about him. Even he is using it as what's the point of doing this? What's the point of me getting an Xbox when I'm getting all those games on PlayStation? And look at what Xbox is doing. We're in a PlayStation show, and we talk about Xbox because their games are coming to our platform.
You were talking about Xbox long before those games started coming to over your fucking platform. And I like calling. I don't mind calling.
It was just funny hearing that clip that was pulled out. That clip was funny as hell. Because it's just like, bro. I was like,
the games are coming. Of course, we're going to talk about Xbox. 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Come on, man.
Tim the Sorcerer, remember for 13 months under the Horde of War tier. He says, hey, great show. Good substitute for Gamescom. Is that us? We're the good substitute for Gamescom? Or because I thought Gamescom wasn't bad, man. They had a lot to be shown here. Great. But just to get into Avowed here, God, this is a direct YouTube link and everything. I'm super impressed. But essentially what ended up happening, a shout out to Lore Cognito and Mr. Matty Plays, both from Defining Duke in Iron Lords podcast as well. Last Stand Media. I'll shout out to all those conglomerates because they represent all those different places. So depending on where you tune into that or get those pieces of information at, I want to make sure they're represented properly. But Lord Cognito and Mr. Matty Plays, they did a interview with the devs from Avowed, and from that interview, one of the main things that came out of it was that Avowed was going to be 30 frames per second. I did want to get the exact quote here, Paul. Maybe you can get into that exact quote if you end up having it. But essentially, just to kind of give you the TLDR version of it, is Avowed is going to end up being 30 frames per second because it's a first-person game, and first-person games can be 30 frames per second. That's what I got from it. Well, single-player first-person games.
Here, I got.
Yeah, if you got the exact quote, please pitch that.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see.
Because that was a good. Because you brought that up. I think it was last night, and I that should have me laughing. I ain't gonna lie.
So, quote, it's a first person single player game. You don't necessarily need that 60 frames. Avowed will run at a baseline, and this is coming from IGN. Shout out to IGN again. Wesley Yinpool. Avowed will run at a baseline of 30 frames per second across Xbox Series X and S, according to developer Obsidian has confirmed. Speaking on the Iron Lords podcast, art director Matt Hansen said Obsidian is targeting a baseline of 30 frames and that's quote, targeting a baseline of 30 frames for the first-person fantasy RPG. 60 frames sounds unlikely. However, even on the more powerful Xbox Series X, explaining, Hansen said Obsidian decided to go for the 30 frames in order to facilitate fancier visuals, and that because Avowed is a first-person single-player game, you don't necessarily need that 60 frames. Quote, we are targeting 30 frames per second, bare minimum, Hansen said. That's the expectation. Quote, it's a first-person single-player game. You don't necessarily need that 60 frames, and that allows us to get a lot juicier with the VFX and lighting and all the other stuff. It's a trade-off we opted to make relatively early, and we're really happy with that. The game's running pretty smooth for how visually dense it is, and that was always our goal. It goes on to say, but Obsidian is still figuring out the nitty-gritty of performance. Quote, it's one of the last things you do, Hansen said. So, yeah.
Now, for me, I made a post on that when we found out that information. I made a post on Twitter, otherwise known as X, that this is, it just continues to be a slap in the face to console gamers across the board. Whether you're on PlayStation 5, whether you're on Xbox, we were under the impression that this was going to be the generation for 60 frame games. We are coming to a reality that devs are coming up with more reasons than ever to not put the gamer first versus their creative vision or whatever the case. And then they hide it behind creative vision, but then release a 60 frames mode 6 months later. And there's a reason why you did that though, right? Because even you know that games at 60 frames regardless of what anybody else will tell you, it just feels better. It leagues. There is no way that anybody in any form of reality, if I handed them a 30 frame game and then handed them the same game playing at 60 frames, would tell me that the 60 frame game did not play better or did not feel better, because that's the main importance to me, is the feeling of these games, right? At the end of the day, I personally believe that 60 frames should have been something that was mandated in this generation. Every single game had to be at that spec to set the expectation. And two things can be true: that you can have a game at 60 frames and still have your own creative vision. Especially when it's not because, oh, well, we just couldn't do 60 frames. You couldn't do 60 frames right now. And just like Starfield, where it is miraculously able to get 60 frames even on the Series S, it's just very funny to me how, instead of just saying, hey, we need more time to be able to get those performance metrics working, we understand that the feeling of games is extremely important. And it's just, it wasn't one of our main priorities, right? The honesty that Pong speaks to, right? I would much rather you tell me that and again, if they want to, if their version of being upfront is that from the very beginning, our vision was for the game to be 30 frames, for us to push visual fidelity, cool. But it is hard to argue that releasing games at 60 FPS, especially games that are mainly first person, wouldn't have been a better appeal for your game. And there is enough evidence also proving to you, and I get Vandal, I get you saying that casuals don't care about FPS. Sure. But you have to, they can't care about something that they're not being consistently given, or being given reasons, or not even reasons, excuses for why they can't do it. Right?
And Eastside, I got to ask, how many casuals showed up for Redfall then? Right? Yeah. If the casuals don't care and they just buy any game, why didn't the casuals buy Redfall no matter what anybody else was saying about Redfall? If the casuals never listen or never hear anything about what's going on with a game, why didn't they show up for Redfall? Right? I think that's the point, whether you guys, whether anybody cares about 30 frames or you don't have a problem. Again, I played Starfield on my Series X, half the time on my Series X, over 400 hours total. Half the time was spent on my Series X at least, playing at 30 frames before the 60 frames patch, because it felt decent and I could play it. And again,
they said it wasn't going. We had many people in the community, even in different communities, say it was not going to be possible this generation.
Right. But and that's what I was getting to too, Steel. But the point being is, whether you care or not, whether you even think this should be a conversation, of course it's going to be a conversation. A part of games is the tech. A part of games is actually the performance. And nowadays, there is a much larger audience back in the day, those of us here specifically and especially, that do understand game development and tech better than we ever have before. And now we know the differences in this stuff, right? Versus the old days when, again, unless you were really, really deep in it, right? You didn't know all these little differences. The general wider audience now does have a good grasp of the tech. So this is going to be a conversation that pops up in 2024, whether you like it or not, whether you think it should matter or not. It is a conversation to have, because 30 frames in 2024 on a game, right, does bring a level. It does knock it down a level to the enthusiasts. Okay. And again, those enthusiasts talk about it. people report on it, podcasts talk about it, etc. Again, it's a part of the game. We're not going to sit back and just ignore it and act like 30 frames doesn't feel different than 60 frames. It does. We're not going to sit back and, in our opinion, right, say, oh, we don't care what the devs do with their games. They can go drop it at 15 frames. I'm still going to play it just because it's a first party game. I'm just going to go play it. No, it does matter to us. And we want these games to come out in the best. And I want the devs to start realizing that this stuff does matter and how they talk about it does actually matter to the greater audience, right? And that if you want your game, you just got Avowed delayed, according to Phil, right?
You don't think it's going to have a 60 FPS mode now? Come on.
Yeah, and I still don't think out the gate.
You don't think it's going to have it now, even with the delay? I think it's going to be a mode.
I hate because I hate Cog up in the DMs about this. Okay. And I said, Cog, I said, I understand. I hit him up in the DMs and I said, listen, I said, I understand about the, niceties of a interview. And I said, but I need to know when the camera's turned off, did you press them a little bit more on the 30 frames? Do they understand as devs, right? Do they understand as devs? Because I want to believe these devs do understand what that does to their game, right? That coming out in 2024 and saying the Series X is not going to have anything more than 30 frames does hurt you. And again, that's across the board, whether it's PlayStation 5 or anywhere else. Don't care. Modern tech, modern consoles should not have this problem. We all know this. It's been proven time and time again, no matter how many times the dev is told it's different. So I asked him, I said, do you think these devs understand when they come out and say this is going to have an effect on their launch if they don't have a 60 frames mode on there? And again, without getting into some of the details that Cog let me know, right? He was nice enough to send me back over a 2.5 minute message because Cog's cool as shit. But anyways, he said, shout out to Cog. He got the feeling that they don't actually understand it. Now he did say that given the time that they are now have, that he does believe that they may work towards a performance mode.
I mean, they did third person, and they weren't going to the third person originally. So,
but they were talking about a lot of other stuff too that they want to work on as well. Still, so they talked about a lot of polishing that they also want to work on. So I just think that this is a conversation that we need to have. 30 frames versus 60 frames does fucking matter. Whether you like it, whether you don't, it does matter, and it does need to be brought to the devs' attentions because in 2024. After time and time again, we have seen these games that absolutely will never run at 60 frames on a Series S. No freaking way a Series S can handle it. It is completely bottlenecked, the memory, all that shit. We now have Starfield running at 60 frames on the Series S.
And it's smooth.
Okay?
Yeah, it's not choppy.
Right.
It doesn't look bad.
So, again, come out and tell us you haven't had enough time to put that mode in. Right? Come out and not BS us that you didn't make it a priority. I want the devs personally, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but on top of everything else, I want the devs to make it a priority for the console owners. I'm sick, again, this goes back to console owners being second-class citizens to the community, to the development, to the game devs.
Yeah.
Okay? To these publishers. The console owners are the second-class community. PC, no matter what PC you're running, you have 1 million options. It doesn't matter if you're running a 10-year-old graphics card, or if you're running the latest up to date. You get the same options. If you want to crash your 10-year-old graphics card, you could turn all the graphics up to ultra and try it. Right? They give you that option. They don't block it out. They don't say you can't do that. You can go in there and do it. And all we've ever asked for is two options: a performance and a quality mode. That's all.
That's it, bro. I'm asking if you're going to do 30, give me a 60. Yeah. And again, like Vandal, he brought it up earlier. He says Wukong on PS5 is a stuttering mess. I'll take a smooth 30 over that any day. But to that point, Vandal, that's more of a development problem, a publisher problem, a time problem than it is, it's not possible. right? So again, we have to ask ourselves, and this was the question not the question. This is the full statement that I made. I wanted to pull it up and say it exactly as I put it. I said this is them putting less priority on the gamer and getting lost in the creative vision.
Right.
Which again, I believe in the creative vision, sure. But you also are at the mercy of your consumer. And in 2024, for it to be acceptable that 30 FPS is the standard, I think is a miss. Just like somebody brought up GTA 6 again in chat. I will be consistent and will continue to say that I think it speaks more to Rockstar as a developer that they cannot get 60, or the game will not be 60 in a game that is action oriented. Any game that has any form of action in it needs to be 60 on a baseline. Point blank, period. It's 2024, ladies and gentlemen. That is the only mandate in gaming that I believe that we need. Because again, you're still releasing games at 30 frames and they're sub 4K. But you're advertising 8K. But you're advertising 4K. You're advertising 4K to people, and we haven't even got true 4K in any of the modern games that we've been getting outside of PC. You've given people upscaled to 4K from a 1080p or 1440p image, which again, I have to ask, what is happening in development that allows you to forget about putting the gamer first? It is about feeling. In Vandal, don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say Rockstar are lazy. But I hold everybody's foot to the fire. If they are this grand dev and are going to spend $1 billion on making a single game, I don't care how long the game is going to be out. It is 2024, it'll be 2026 by the time that game releases. You telling me in 2026 a 30 FPS game is just acceptable to you, that is action focused? Hasn't GTA always been action focused? Haven't we agreed that action focused games feel better at 60 FPS? In understanding, Rockstar never gave us 60 FPS for Red Dead. That's on them. They should have. That should be something that people are talking about. Hey, why don't you have 60 FPS on a game that released on the Xbox One and PlayStation 4? Where's the 60 FPS at? It can be done, right? It's possible. I know it's possible. I will always hold them at a higher standard than what everybody else does. Why? Because I do this with all of these developers. Because there is always this form of scrutiny for one versus others. Again, even 343. 343 is a bad dev team, although they have to do things in a game that nobody asked for in any other game. Point blank, period. Now, is that a standard that they set for themselves? Sure. And now we have to uphold them to that standard. The same way that I should uphold Rockstar to their standard. They have been allowed, as an example, again, just for this 30 frames argument, they've been allowed to, and the consumer has allowed them to have a game out there for 10 plus years over 3 console generations and are only going to release one game in that time span. You telling me that they can't do 60? Even if you started off with, you think online is going to be 30 FPS? If online comes with, it's going to have to come with GTA 6. You think that's like, I do not agree with that. And I will always stand on the opposite side of that because I believe in the feeling of your video games.
That's where I am at. That is where I am at as a consumer. And you may not agree with it. You may not believe in it. You may be happy with 30 FPS. You may not care. You may be a random enthusiast out there, or you're some random person out in the street, a random person that just likes to play games. Sure, play the games on your console as you get them, if you do not care. But I will be the person that will continue to stand on that hill for you and tell you, hey, 30 is cool if that's cool for you, man. If you like it, I love it. I believe in that. But I'm telling you, there's a feeling difference, and I want you to have the feeling that is important when playing these games. This interactive media that we all love and enjoy. And nobody is going to be able to talk me off of that hill. I will always say that should be the number one mandate. You can do both. Goes into the thing that me and Paul speak to all the time. There can be two things that can be true. You can have a mandate and still have a creative vision, as an example. So again, with Avowed doing this 30 FPS thing, the same way that you made third person an option, you can make 60 FPS an option, performance an option, without taking such a visual stamp, without taking a lot of weight visually. But again, when we're talking about at a fundamental level, like the developers of Avowed did, when they say from the very beginning, this was our creative vision, again, to Pong's point, and although I believe there are semantics in that as well, there is some ups and downs. If you're not going to limit it on PC, why, if it's in the name of, and for the sake of creative vision, quote unquote, then why are you allowing it to be played other places at a higher frame rate? And again, I've had that argument with Pong, and I do believe in the opposite side of that, to where it's like, well, it's PC, you can't limit it, it's too open, too much of an open platform.
Too bad.
But I'd be crazy not to at least hear my brother when he's saying, like, yo, but for a namesake kind of thing, like, for at principle, like, yeah, shouldn't this be true? It's like, shouldn't this be somewhat of a case? Again, I'm not asking, Paul says it, he's not asking for every single thing to be available to me, have all these sliders. No, just give me a couple options, man. That's it.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's not much more to say. We've had this conversation so many times. The facts are the facts. We all know it's going to get a 60s patch. Even if it doesn't come out in February with a 60 frames patch, it is going to come out with a patch later on. My problem being is, it seems like the devs don't understand that it does hurt your game these days. And that is my biggest issue, because I Avowed my most anticipated first party title. I want it this year. I just had argument weeks ago right here yelling that I want my game and I want it this year. And I don't think it should have been delayed, and it should have been dropped this year. Right. Avowed is something I'm looking forward to. Right. I don't want that game to have anything that holds it back. And again, unfortunately, ignoring the fact that it has 30 frames is not going to make that go away. It's going to still be a problem. And I want the game to come out in its best light. And it seems like the devs still, some devs in 2024 don't understand that part of the conversation has moved from PC to consoles now. And that people on console are expecting that type of performance. Whatever sacrifices you have to make as a dev, you make. The first Ascendant is Unreal Engine 5. It has 120 frames on Xbox Series X. It's blurry as shit, okay? I tell Steel all the time, I turn on my Xbox, I'm like, yo, what the fuck happened to First Ascendant compared to my PC? But they made the sacrifice to make sure the frames are there. Yes, I'm not expecting Avowed to be 120, right? Not at all. But they made sure, knowing that full well in a shooter, right, like that people are going to want to play 120 frames nowadays on console if they could have the ability to do so. So they went up and beyond and made it happen. You sacrifice. But the option is there for the player to decide how they want to play the game. That's all I've ever asked for. Like Steele said, never asked for the full suite of PC options. 2 options, quality and performance mode. That's it. And there is no way you're ever going to be able to argue with me that the devs can't do that. It's about prioritizing. Period, point blank, end of story. And I think devs should make that a priority for the console players. Absolutely should be one of their top priorities going into making the games now. And they should understand, if they don't, if they're truly ignorant that this conversation does not happen, that people do actually care about frames on their consoles nowadays, then they are behind the times, right? And that is a problem internally that needs to be addressed, right? If this isn't all BS, if these devs just simply aren't aware, again, I don't know how that's possible, but if they aren't, then that needs to be addressed by somebody in the higher ups, because that conversation has changed now on the console side. It's always been a thing on the PC, but it has moved over. So that's all. Let's flip this around real quick too, Steele, while we're here. Because again, with the 30 frame stuff, that's a lot of the articles, that's a lot of the talk, but there also has been a lot of talk coming out because people got hands-on time with Avowed directly.
Yeah.
And there is, outside of the one article that you shared from one of my not favorite people that used to be formerly of IGN, she's horrible. Anyways, outside of that one article, almost to 100% of the articles have been mostly positive about everything that the people played in Avowed. And the interview was not just about 30 frames, shockingly enough, right? The interview that Cog and Mr. Matty Place had also deep dived some of the information on Avowed and what they actually got to play. And still, the complexity is there as far as decisions and consequences. There's going to be double-digit type endings for this game, depending on the decisions you make.
That's what got my interest up higher, for sure.
Yes. Skills and the depth of the skills, you're not going to necessarily be, you're not locked into a class. You can mix and match anything you want to, which, again, as a purist, I don't like. I never like that. That's for the masses. That's, oh, we'll have more people so they can play how they want to play. And if they want to change mid-game, they can change. I hate that shit. RPGs, you pick what you pick and you live with your decisions or start the fuck over, right? That's just me, though. That's old guy shit. But what I did hear, Steele, was that the skills and the different things that you can actually learn, because Cog had some good questions because he actually played Mage, right? You could pick up these grimoires, these books, but you can actually spend points to actually, because these books are all different and they have 4 spells each, and you have to carry one of the books around along with a wand or sword or whatever weapon you want to cast the spells. However, the dev said, oh, by the way, though, Cog, you probably didn't get to this point, but you can actually spend points to learn one of those spells and add it to your quick dial. So you don't have to carry the book anymore. Or if you have like one spell out of that book that you like, but the other 3 are worthless to you, you can learn that one spell and then have another book on you, but still be able to use that one spell. Lots and lots of depth here, Steele, that I didn't necessarily know was going to be there. But as I heard, and they talked about exploration as well, Steele, and confirmed that, yes, of course, this isn't one massive open world, but they have created a lot of exploration within each of these sections. And they said you will be rewarded if you go exploring, and you will find things that you wouldn't have found elsewhere if you go off the beaten path. That, to me, is also awesome. Anything else you picked up on, Steele? Because I know you said that there was some things that really caught your attention.
that was the main thing. Again, being a kind of the Bethesda noob, right? The one thing that does really give me, especially come off of Mass Effect and other games that just where they have more of a conducive story where your choices actually reflect on the entire experience, right? That was one of the main things that got me excited about Obsidian and what they bring to the table. No, I've never played Outer Worlds. I don't necessarily have an interest to play Outer Worlds. I am more so on the fantasy side of things. So that's why this interested me. Also with them bringing third person in, and how I think it looks visually like still a visually appealing game. Now we'll see how things really look in combat and in motion and things and whatnot, but being able to be in this experience and have your choices have a impact on the overall story, and knowing that people are going to end their games very differently depending on the choices that you make, seemingly, were the main points for me that they kind of hammered down on, that got me more interested in it, knowing that the things that I do in this game are going to have an impact on how I perceive the world that I'm in, how others may perceive me in this world, and just make me more a part of the universe, which I think is exciting for me, right? I've said that time and time again here, where I love having those choices in games. So them getting deeper into that is my main only takeaway from it, right? I'll be playing the game on PC, so there's gonna be a lot of things that get into it. The only other thing is having some reservation, just because games like Starfield, man, these games that have a lot of diverse potential in them, having the access to mods makes you look at some of these games differently. And go back to Starfield as an example, the only thing that I'm regretting about Starfield right now is that I didn't have more of those mods to play with in the very beginning, because the mod potential right now, and I can even see that being a high potential in Avowed as well, where it's like, damn, man, maybe I do end up waiting a year to play Avowed, because the breadth of mod potential that is going to be able to be put into this game, right? To have even vaster choices, to have even more customization, and to overall get a better experience game. And I'm noticing that it's just been a pattern for me with Bethesda titles, where I seemingly have been getting a better experience from these games by just being the person that waits to play. So even with the game being delayed, there's other games that are also coming out around it, seemingly it now being in February especially, where it's just like, man, is this just one of those games where I end up playing, this ends up being my Christmas kind of game, right? It also has some of those vibes as well because of the fantasy elements, where maybe I just end up waiting to play this game, but still having that excitement. So that's the one thing that I'm kind of thinking about, of just in the background, just me as my own petty thing as a gamer, and what I look for in my experiences. But yeah, man, those are my main takeaways. And to speak to something that Vandal asked earlier, he asked, I guess you had missed it, or you had maybe weren't here for a couple shows, Vandal, because he asked about GTA. He was like, we were talking about the frames conversation. He was like, oh, so if GTA is 30 FPS, you're going to skip it still or wait on it? Yeah, Vandal, I've said that time and time again, and I stand on that. I am not going to play GTA day one if it is 30 FPS on console. It is. I'm not everybody else. I'm going to stand my square, and I do personally feel. I would tell anybody. I will go into a boxing ring with somebody and debate them why I feel as though they should wait to buy the game if they are going to release the game at 30 FPS on console. There is no excuse for me. Point blank period, bro. $1 billion on a game and we're going to excuse 30 FPS just because it looks pretty? No, bro. Like, and it's not even going to look so much more better than Red Dead Redemption 2 could ever. And matter of fact, I don't even care if it does, because it's an action-oriented game, bro. I want the feel of my game. I don't care about all the visual fidelity and all the other extra crazy shit. And just because you're a rock star doesn't give you an excuse, bro. The game is going to come out in 2026, bro. Like, we're moving further into the future. I am not going to excuse it. I'm just not. Point blank period. For any game, I'm not going to excuse it. If you tell me that from the beginning of your development, we wanted our game to be 30 FPS, well then shit, that's too goddamn bad. I don't know where you've been, where you're at. I'll say the same thing to Todd Howard, who thinks that 30 FPS gives you a cinematic experience and feels good and whatever else. Yes, there's other things that get taken into consideration, like frame timing and all that good stuff as well, that I think are equally as important as playing at 60. But playing at 60 is way more important than anything else. Develop around that. How about that?
Yep. Just make it a priority. Make it one of your top priorities. Again,
from the very beginning.
Great 30 frames. Starfield was a great 30 frames. Todd was not lying when they said that they did a ton of work on the frame timing and all that kind of stuff to make sure. Absolutely. One of the smoothest 30 frames I've ever played. But the minute it got the 60 frames patch and I popped it on the console, right? The minute it got the 60 frames patch, again, I played like 200 plus hours at 30 frames. The minute I popped on the 60 frames patch, I was like, holy shit. It's just different, man. It's just different. Anyways, we're not going back to that. Yeah. Avowed is so exciting, bro. Again, my most anticipated. You guys know how much I love Obsidian. If you guys have been around for years, I've been talking about Obsidian as being able to take that next step that they've always been kind of like the, step brother to Bethesda, but that their talent level when it comes to creating worlds and to creating characters and stories, all of that is right up there with Bethesda and the other greats of the industry. And they've been showing that time and time again. I mean, again, they took a little game like Grounded and turned it into something, for God's sakes. Again, Obsidian is full of talent. Not everybody likes their art style. Not everybody likes the smaller experiences, right? Again, I hope that someday they go big and they try a Bethesda open world because I think they can do it. But at the same time, right, what they do give us is nothing but freaking quality, bro. And again, Outer Worlds is fantastic. I gotta continue to play that. I've got the DLC. Again, I'm going totally opposite because they allow you Steel. Because they allow you to make decisions that you can't make in other games.
Which is dope. I like that.
And the story continues and the story makes sense and they make sure that they figured out how that's all going to piece together, right? If you make some wild ass decisions, right, they figure it all out. That, and they talked about it in Avowed too. I think during the interview with Kai, I'm pretty sure it was the interview with Kai. No, maybe it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was different. Anyways, they're doing that here. They did talk about with COG making sure that everything made sense depending on what you did and making sure it all fell in line, because they talked about one instance of circumventing an entire battle that you're supposed to do, right? At this one point during this one mission, you're supposed to do this battle, but you can circumvent it. Somebody circumvented it by using some magic, right? And went around the whole thing and completed the quest. Never had to fight the battle. But the story continued on and it actually still fit together puzzle-wise as to what would happen if the battle didn't happen or the battle did happen. It all fit together. He said it still all worked out. So that's the stuff that, again, they go to the extra level to make sure. And so I'm freaking still hyped. I'm hyped to beyond belief. I actually am more excited. COG, again, I'm not going to spoil anything, but COG told me a little bit in his voicemail to me. The excitement that COG's a big Obsidian fan too. The excitement COG had talking about what he actually played for about 40 minutes, had me like he was like, you have no idea, Pog. You have no idea. I'm like, okay, if COG's saying this, and I know COG's a fan of Obsidian, COG likes a lot of the same type of games I do. All right. They definitely must have nailed this. And they still got more time now to polish. They still got more time to fix things. So again, hats off to Obsidian. I can't wait for February. And a lot of positivity outside of the 30 frame stuff. A lot of positivity came from a lot of corners of people that were at Gamescom, people who were on the fence trying out Avowed and saying, they kind of sold me here. Like, this is not like, okay, now I see what they're doing here. So to me, that means it's all on the up and up for them. Obviously, again, minus the 30 frames thing, but it's all on the up and up for Obsidian and this team. And again, this is a smaller team too, Steel. They talked about in the COG interview, they got about 100 people. Right. That's so this isn't a massive team. They said actually a lot of this team is new as well, newer people. So this is a lot of their less experience, because obviously most of their experienced people are working on Outer Worlds 2 right now. So this is a lesser experienced team. Not to say that it's any less talented, obviously, but it's a lesser experienced team. But the fact they're pulling this thing off the way that they have, and that these are the kind of reactions they're getting from people with hands-on time. Again, February's got to come, baby. Yeah,
bodes well.
Yep.
Bold. Supposedly the game is not going to. It's supposed to be a little bit bigger than Outer Worlds was. I don't have that frame of reference, so for however long that game was, it's supposed to be a little bit longer than that. So hey man, I think it might be worth an experience. And again, I don't mind games being, not every game needs to be a 100-hour experience, right? I don't need every game to be Valhalla. Like that just fucking way too goddamn much, right? So again, they're showing some good things. We'll see what ends up seeing what happens from it, man. So shout to them. Much love.
And Ghost Wolf, it got pushed back to February. So it was supposed to be, it was
but not because of frame rate. That's not why I got pushed.
No, not because of that. No, he just said he's been out of the loop for a minute. Did Avowed get pushed back? Yeah.
No, I saw somebody mention that earlier.
Oh, yeah. No. Again, all the official word is it got moved because there's just too many games in 2024 from Xbox. Just way too many games. We can't drop Avowed. So that's the official word, right? That's why I'm upset about it. But anyways, so they moved it to February. So, yeah. But February it'll be here, and it's going to be amazing, man. And they'll have Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 right next to them. It's gonna be great, man. Nice, another big RPG, right there.
Ron, you stupid. He said it got delayed for the PlayStation 5 version.
Yeah, Josh. You know what, Decado? I can't wait to see what Josh has been working on too. He's been taking a lot of vacation time. Josh seems like after Pentiment, he needed a breather. And so, I mean, he's been doing it for a long time. Let's be real. Josh is one of the veterans. But I follow him on X, and dude's been traveling. Dude's been getting out there, doing his bikes. He's been doing a little bit of everything. So, but I'm sure he's been working on something. Again, I hope, again, cross our fingers, Alpha Protocol 2, New Vegas 2, whatever. Let it be one of those, Josh. Let it be one of those, because Josh is good at what he does, especially as a team lead. So
it's fire. The next game that I'll get into here, I'm just gonna kind of go by more so what has pulled my interest, right? From the different things that they were shown here, and I wanted to get another video up here because Gamescom showed some more of DragonBall Sparking Zero, which I think is going to be another major player this year. As far as even for the fighting game genre goes, I think this game is going to be a bigger release than Street Fighter and Tekken combined, for sure, just because of the lineage of it being a follow-up of Budokai Tenkaichi 3, right? It being the fourth game in that specific genre, and all the great things that they're doing with it as well. Now here, Gamescom doesn't have a video for it, but I am going to pull that video up for us on stream here. So I wanted to pull that back up, but this is another one that is high on my radar, high on my list for fighters. Don't know how much time I'm going to end up being able to give to it at all. And to be fair, I don't take fighters as serious as I used to, right? But this may be the one where I play pretty, maybe casually, maybe in that place where I'm listening to a podcast, or I got some time where I just like, let me get a few matches in and see what I can unlock and stuff like that. So that's been my main thing. It's just been super dope for this game to continue to get the love and hype that it's been getting. And I haven't seen many other people kind of talk about this game this week for Gamescom. I know there's specific areas on YouTube and whatnot of content creators that specifically cover this. Again, there's a whole community, just like there's a community in the gacha space. There's a whole community that are in the fighting game community that are extremely excited behind this. This is getting so much more traction than I think Tekken or Street Fighter has been getting, which is why I'm extremely adamant that it is going to be of that echelon. But again, it'll have to prove. It'll see when it comes out in release. It looks extremely beautiful. Really pretty game. Looks to pay a lot of homage to the anime as well. Again, with Akira Toriyama passing this year, this is probably Dragon Ball in its most graphically impressive state that we've ever seen. And I think this is going to be even a much grander game than even Xenoverse was, although Xenoverse was more customization based, right? Where this is definitely going to be more character based. Bold Alpha Wolf says, you think that John going to be competitive? I think it will be. If it's anything akin to what Budokai Tenkaichi 3 was, Tenkaichi was extremely competitive, right? Now, again, they're doing the thing to what they were known for before, where certain characters aren't just going to be buffed up because you want to use that character. For an example, if you choose to use Krillin, which is known to be a weaker character, and you're using, Ultra Instinct Goku, it's not going to be a balanced fight. And it shouldn't be a balanced fight when you think about the universe of that game. So it's going to be more so in that vein. You also could possibly get your ass bust by Krillin, depending on how deep this skill expression is in this game. But I just kind of wanted to kind of pull it up on screen, show a little bit of gameplay, because I know it's not something that everybody is going to be extremely excited about. Yes, Sparking Zero does also have a release date as well. Let me pull that up for you guys, just so I can tell you what it is.
October 11th.
October 11th, yeah. Is going to be the release date for that. So we got a couple months before anybody jumps into this one, if people are interested in it. But I knew Paul was going to have like an overabundance of things to say. But I just wanted to bring it up.
Can I have an old guy moment though?
Yeah, go ahead.
Where did John come from, by the way?
John.
Yeah. Do you think that John is going to be what Bold Alpha asked? Is it?
Oh, John, that John?
Is it?
That's more like a southern thing.
Okay. Is it like joint?
Yeah, that joint right there, or that thing right there, or that joint.
Okay.
Yeah, that.
Okay.
Typically,
I just have an old guy.
Typically, it's more for like
that? Yeah.
Typically, it's more for like chicks. Oh, I'm gonna go talk to that John over there. It's like a cute. It's like it's a cute thing, like that cute girl over there. Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Yeah, that's kind of how it. That's kind of how, but it also has like multiple meanings. Like it could be that thing,
like a
that,
lot of.
Yeah. So yeah,
of course,
it's one of those.
Okay. All right. I was just having an old guy moment because I've heard it before, but I guess I was just looking at it. I'm like, where did it come from? Like,
yeah, that's more like New Orleans slang. I would say if I'm not mistaken, but I do I believe it's more than a southern thing. So.
Appreciate that.
Oh yeah. No, I mean we say jit as well, but there's a lot of different references. That's why I'm saying it's more of a southern thing, because I do believe that's more of a New Orleans kind of thing, right?
Bold Up is saying it's a Philly term too, so I mean obviously.
Oh, it could be. Yeah, it could be.
It spreads, but
could be in different areas.
Okay, interesting. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it, man.
Bold also says if they can make it competitive to the point it can showcase at Evo, this would make it bigger than Tekken. The only thing about that is because it is extremely chaotic. The thing that Tekken and Street Fighter have to their advantage on the competitive scene is that it's very easy to understand what's going on. I don't know, especially on one screen. On the competitive side for this game, you would have to use two different people's perspective, and those perspectives may not always be enjoyable to watch unless they get a spectator mode where you can get a spectator side angle of the fight kind of happening, which I think will be super dope. I don't know if they're considering that. I haven't heard anything about that, but that would be, I think, the main thing. So shout out to Sparking Zero. Now, the game that I did want to bring up that I think is another one that a lot of people aren't talking about, but are talking about in the same time, I think more so than ever before, is Crimson Desert. Paul, just up front, I wanted to pose this to you first because I have more of a reference for Pearl Abyss. Again, I have close to probably 2,000 hours in Black Desert Online. That is that is their MMO, and that's a lot where this combat is carrying over from. What I've seen from out of this combat presentation that they did this time is very reminiscent of what I got in Black Desert Online, but again, because it is more single player focused and is also more focused on a single character, it is definitely different. It does more so speak to me, more so in that Assassin's Creed vein, right? But definitely more over the top. From what you have seen, I'm also going to put some gameplay up in the background as well, but from what you have seen from the gameplay that they've shown this time around, and again, this is more than they've shown ever before, what stood out to you about Crimson Desert? And Crimson Desert is the single-player action RPG game that's being created by Pearl Abyss. Again, the makers of Black Desert Online. This is their single-player version of that game. What impressed you about it? What did you see that stood out to you? And did it excite you more this time around than what you might have seen before? At any case, how do you feel about it?
I need the date.
You need a date for it?
I need the date. I need the date, man. I need the date. I need to know when we're going to play in this game. I've been on board with Crimson Desert the whole time, man. Again, I don't have the thousands of hours that you did. Obviously in Black Desert, I had like 80 hours, maybe 100 hours, whatever it was. So I got a good idea. Obviously the combat wise, whatever else, but again, open world RPG with all of this. I guess from this latest trailer, this God, what Yeti, whatever you want to call it, it was the Yeti beast.
Yeah,
that he was fighting.
It was a white horn, apparently, from what they called it.
White horn, yeah. It was the nature's, like one of the nature protectors or something like that, or whatever it was, because it angered him, right? That's what I saw that in the trailer, that he was angered and he showed up. But just seeing that story, like that little line, that little kind of clip there, still, where it showed off like Pearl Biss doing a single player and having some story attached to what was going on the screen, right? Because he had just gotten done fighting. There's a short cutscene like, oh shit, you've angered Whitehorn, and all of a sudden shows up and it shows your character running away, but then obviously having to turn and finally battle him, and it transitions right into the fighting, right? All of that seamless, like it looked really good. I mean, again, I'll never get sick of open world RPG type games. And obviously the combat is heavy action based. Yes, there's still some parrying, some dodging, that kind of stuff. You saw that in that Whitehorn battle, but nothing outrageous, right? But the level of detail, I don't know if you noticed, Steel, every single sword cut on Whitehorn opened up because his fur is white.
Yeah, he got red. And he
the slashes. Red, you could see the slashes. Yes, sir. Love to see that, man. You could see the slashes, everything. Like, this is why I've been all over this game. This is why I've been all over, obviously pounding the table for Eastern devs to get some love, because this is the level that they bring, and Pearl Biss is no different. Crimson Desert, they don't need to do anything more. I just need a date. I need to know when I'm going to be playing this game, but I think they're going to knock this out of the park. Some of the hands-on I've heard too, Steel. I've looked, and people are massively impressed here. Like, they're like, oh, this is going to be the next big one. ACG threw out some praise after the trailer, just basically like, yeah, you're going to be hearing a lot about this from me. Crimson Desert is definitely a fast riser, Steel. And I think by the time we get to release, whenever that is, I'm hoping it's going to be early next year. But whenever it is, if it's late next year, it's late next year. This is going to be on top of people's, most anticipated. I think a lot more people are going to catch on with what they got going on here, because it's visually impressive as fuck, man. I mean, it's gorgeous. So can't wait.
Yeah, I 100% agree. Pearl Biss knows what they're doing as far as action games go. Again, they proved it with their MMO, and I think here the best way that I can explain it is it's like combining Dragon's Dogma with Assassin's Creed, right? You're going to be able to do a lot of those similar things, but more from a warrior kind of standpoint. From, if you're familiar with Black Desert, it seemed what was more akin to that moveset, a lot of movesets that they were using in there, rush downs, over the top kind of combat sequences and whatnot, type of moves that you're able to use. And this is probably just, again, this is not even, there probably has a diverse skill tree as well for different abilities that you may be able to do or unlock. There's going to be a huge fantasy element to this as well. The other thing that impressed me too is they're going to allow you to pause in mid game anywhere. Right, which I think is super dope as well, because that shows me that they've been listening to some of the community at least, or are trying to show people that they value their time as well. Again, I know that's been a thing that's been a topic of conversation as of late in games and whatnot, and they just seem to be doing so many things the right way. I'm extremely excited about Crimson Desert. This is just a small slice in comparison to some of the more open world things that we've seen. Again, we saw this guy jump off of a mountain, riding a dragon, turn it. I mean, they even showed it in some of the other gameplay. When you get knocked into the air, Pong, you can float down with this mystic ability that you get or whatever. That it's like super dope to see as well. And you can float down and jump right back on top of the monster, get right back into the action. Super dope aspects to see. And again, it's from the East, man. They're bringing that extra flair. And I think the West is going to be extremely impressed with what they're bringing to the table here. But yeah, man, that's how I feel about Crimson Desert. What was the standout for you, Paul? So I can pull that up. So I can pull that up on screen for us real quick, because I think my daughter is trying to get my attention really quickly. I think she needs help with something. But what was something that stood out to you at Gamescom? What was a game that kind of you want to speak on?
Oh man, I'm trying to think.
Anything in particular that stood out? We had Becoming Pablo. Had the Mafia game, the new Mafia game that was apparently teased.
I did a short tease, man.
No big ones that you had in mind.
I'm trying to think what really stood out to me. Hold on for a second here.
Let me think.
Let me look here.
Arc Raider, the Arc Raider tease, maybe that didn't show us nothing.
They didn't show anything. Again, we got a date, which is cool.
Space Marine 2 additional details. You want to get into?
Yeah, but I'm already freaking way sold on that shit, bro. Like that's over the top. Like we're done. That's locked in. We're good there.
Confirmed crossplay on that Space Marine 2 also. No, we mentioned in the beginning.
Yeah. I mean, there's a ton of them. I mean, again, I can name off any of these. I thought the Indiana Jones showing was great too. Because
let's talk about it. Because again, you have a little bit more. You definitely have more interest than I do in Indiana Jones. Yeah. I do think what they showed, I mean, it seemed appealing. But yeah, if you want to talk a little bit more about Indiana Jones or what it's done for you this time around.
That's fine. I could do that, and then Path of Exile 2, obviously as well.
Path of Exile's. Again, it's continuing to look like it's going to give Diablo a run for its money. But yeah, if you want to speak on Indy, I put Indy up on the screen for you real quick.
Yeah, sure. No. So again, obviously everybody was focused on the PlayStation 5. Everybody was focused on the PlayStation 5 announcement. Obviously, that's the thing that happened. But obviously, Indiana Jones, they showed off some more gameplay here. And I think the thing to me is that every time that Machine Games has shown up with this, the amount of effort and actual, what I think must have been a concerted effort from the top of Todd Howard to the lowest person on the totem pole within this game development, the concerted effort to make sure that Indiana Jones, the classic Indiana Jones, was represented in every way, shape, and form. This is second to none from what I'm seeing. Like, Mav and I talked about this again on Thursday. You take the gamified stuff out of this. You take the action out of this. You take the game out of this. Just the cutscenes themselves, and especially the extended one that we saw at the Xbox Showcase originally. This is going to be probably the best Indiana Jones story that we have gotten since the early movies, right? Since the original 3 movies. This will probably go down as Indiana Jones fans like myself as one of our favorite Indiana Jones of all time, right? With Troy Baker playing as Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones, right? So to me, that just shows me out the gate what they have gone, the lengths that they have gone to recapture the atmosphere, which is different, right? It's not just your normal type of movie. It's not just your normal kind of, there's such a blend of action and comedy, and just great characters and chemistry on screen in the old Indiana Jones movies that really isn't always replicated anywhere else. That's what made them special, right? Every movie that is considered a classic has something that most movies don't. And Indiana Jones had a ton of it. They nailed it with this game. Like, if they have pieced it all together into one big production, right? One big story. And all the pieces fit together the way that movie pieces fit together. Plus, we get to control Indy, right? And we get to live through some of the experiences that we normally just watch on the screen, but we actually get to feel it, like with the whip, right? And those punches and the tomb raiding, the exploration. And they match all of that with what they've given us story-wise and what we've seen. Yeah, man, like this is going to be special. And what we saw at the actual Gamescom was additional combat some extended cuts, not the quick cuts that we had gotten per se, and it looked even better. Again, Machine Games has probably been polishing the shit out of this game too, so we might be seeing later builds. But Indiana Jones is hitting all the notes for me. I think Indiana Jones is going to be a massive success on Game Pass this year. And obviously, I think it's going to be a massive success on PlayStation when it launches in spring of next year. All those people that were hating on Indiana Jones because it was an Xbox exclusive, we know they're all, or a lot of them, not all, but a lot of them are hypocrites, right? And the minute that the PlayStation was announced, everybody was given the green light and the green thumbs up to start liking Indiana Jones because it's coming to PlayStation. So, which is dumb as fuck. Again, when we're talking about gaming, again, me as a gamer, pure gamer, like I just can't imagine having that mentality. But there's plenty of people that do, but that's great for Machine Games. And that's great for Indiana Jones, the IP, like Steele was talking about earlier. Now that they're putting it everywhere, like this is going to be a massive hit. And I think Machine Games has probably got their best game that they've ever had put together as far as what I'm seeing. And that's saying a lot because there's a lot of Wolfenstein fans out there, right? But I think that Machine Games might have their best game of all time right here. And this could be special, right? This could be potentially game. Well, are they going to make the game of the year this year with the release date? I don't know, but they're not, right? Because it's December, so they won't make the game. Yeah, they won't make it. They won't make it. So, but you know, again, I just think it's that kind of quality. So, looking forward even more so to Indiana Jones, and I loved what I saw here. So, let's see what else. Yeah, what's everybody talking about here? Oh yeah, Tim the Sorcerer, Dune Awakening. Yeah, as far as an MMO goes, Dune Awakening definitely showed off something finally, because a lot of people were waiting to see some gameplay. Like, what is this game going to be? Like, yeah, we know it's an MMO, we know it's survival, we know it's Doom, but what is it going to look like? And so they actually finally showed it off. Listen, I don't have enough time. Okay, people, I don't have enough time. I'd love to be playing Final Fantasy 14 right now, right? I'd love to be doing that. I'd love to be playing ESO right now. We don't have time for these games, but does Dune Awakening look cool as shit with how they're trying to pull off a whole lot of things in one spot, like base building, and then you can blueprint that base building and you can sell it to other people, and shipbuilding, right? And all of that kind of stuff. Are they really, they're trying to do this big. And then you got these moments where you're battling it out for spice and of course, all that kind of stuff where you have these big battles going on too. Like, yeah, I mean, I had told you guys, there was some whispers out there of people who were trying this game out in the background that said, hey, they, as far as MMOs go, like they're doing something a little different here. Like this one might hit. I can see it now. I can see why people are excited for this game. I just don't have the freaking time, man. I want to. I'd love to, right? I'd love to be fuzzy and be retired.
Did they give a date?
Did they have early access date for this one? I think it's coming to. Is it coming to? I don't remember.
Because this might be my first foray into Dune. I've never even watched Dune before, so.
Oh, none of them. Not even the early one.
None of them. If I do, I don't. If I did, I don't remember them at all.
2025, early 2025, but no official date yet. So
I don't know. It might be dope as a co-op game, to jump into. Maybe we get in for a season.
Man, it looks so cool, bro.
I love it. I like how the third person shooting. I know. Yeah. I was hearing a lot of people disappointed with this, though, man. Really? Do you have anything necessarily to speak? You haven't seen much about that. People were like, man, I wanted this to be the Mass Effect Dune, but the Mass Effect Dune, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but they said from the beginning they were MMO, so that's never going to happen, right? So you're not going to get that RPG handcrafted feeling, experience that you would out of. I could see them doing a Dune game like that for sure, of course. A Dune certainly could be an RPG on the level of Mass Effect. You could certainly pull that off. But they said from the beginning they were going MMO survival. So the minute you do that, no, it's going to have a certain feel to it. I just think it looks cool. I think they're trying a lot of stuff. If you're watching the trailer, like they're trying a lot of stuff, and some of the third person action definitely reminds you of Mass Effect, right? Some of the view and some of the armor and the kind of stuff. Yeah, it kind of looks like a Mass Effect, especially if you played any of the online. Mass Effect, the PvP. But yeah, no, I think this is set up for what they want it to be. But what they're trying to do with the crafting and the level of detail that they've got going on in this, like how you build your bases and how much you're going to be able to do, is pretty damn freaking crazy, man. So it's ambitious as all get out. So again, yeah, it's got me excited still. I mean, we'll have to see when it shows up, like where gaming's at, what we got going on. Yeah, maybe we'll hop into it and check it out. But it definitely was one that stood out for sure. Appreciate you bringing that up. Once again. Otherwise, yeah, Path of Exile 2. Steel is the other one for me. Path of Exile 2. We finally got word that we are going to get early access this year, 2024, right? And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's across all console and PC, right?
Early access?
Yeah, I thought they announced it for everything. November 2024 early access. Is it coming to everything? Let me see here. Path of Exile 2 will be released November 15, 2024 via early access on all platforms, PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series consoles. Yes. So that is big. The fact that they're going to open up early access to everybody, including console players. Yo. So again, if you have been hesitant to jump into Path of Exile because you've heard us talk about it, you've heard, oh no, it's Alex really go in depth, because again, the dude's a master at Path of Exile. There's no doubt about that. He's a high level player. Or anybody else, because of the complexity of Path of Exile, right? If you've been reluctant to do that, I will recommend that if you have any interest, because you are a Diablo fan or just because you're an action RPG looter fan, when it comes to Path of Exile 2, recommend you jump into this early access and check it out for yourself. This team is doing a lot of work to make it much more friendly to the beginner, okay? It's not going to be the headache that trying to jump into Path of Exile with no experience right now is. They are definitely trying to broaden their audience. Okay, now they're not going full-fledged, which some people were really worried about, especially the hardcore Path of Exile players, really worried that they were going to lose their way, try to go the Diablo route, try to open it up to way too many people, and then lose that edge that Path of Exile has. Okay, it does not appear that that is the case. There is still going to be a ton of complexity, especially at the higher levels in this game. But they are making everything much more friendly. UI, storefronts, everything. It is free to play. It is no risk to you. You get to decide if you want to invest in anything or nothing. I highly, highly recommend you're going to be jumping into this, okay? I am definitely jumping into this in early access. This game looks spectacular, Steel. Every time they show off the action, they show off new areas. Yes, of course, the first thing you think of is Diablo. It's got that dark, gritty, bloody. But when you watch it, you can see the differences. When you watch it, you can definitely see that it's not Diablo. And they do some very unique things. Some of their enemies are extremely unique. I think they showed a Hydra in this trailer, or one of the trailers to Steel, or whatever the case may be. Listen, this team is passionate about this game. This team is one of those old school teams that got together, loved Diablo, and wanted to make their own version of Diablo and wound up creating a hit game. And they haven't lost any of that, right? They want to just make it better and better and better, while keeping it different from what Diablo has turned into. And they are doing all of that and then some. So Path of Exile 2 is definitely high on my list, Steel. And again, seeing the vids out of the Gamescom, just wow. I'm just blown away, man, by how far this team has come. Even versus Path of Exile 1, some of the special effects, what they're doing on screen, the enemies, like I said, the movement, how melee is definitely going to be much more viable in Path of Exile 2 than it was in 1. They're nailing it, man. They're nailing it. And like you said, Steel, it's going to give the granddaddy a run for its money, bro. I really believe that.
Again, I think on a cinematic standpoint, it's still going to go to Diablo 4, hands down. But as far as the gameplay, I think Path of Exile 2 is going to make people look at Diablo with the side eye. especially with Diablo at that point probably being what season they're in right now, 5 about to be, or in season 5. So you're telling me by the time Path of Exile comes out, you're talking about the game possibly being close to season 10, and Path of Exile 2 was just going to release. Going to be interesting to see where both games are. I mean, again, I'm always going to have be more of a stickler, just because it doesn't make sense to me why PoE 2 is seemingly has more understanding of what people look for in a Diablo experience than what Diablo's bringing. But again, Diablo is also seemingly being more new player friendly or casual player friendly, I would say. Yeah, so sure. There is that. You can always have levels to it. So both can exist. Let's see what they do with it. Oh, okay.
What happened?
My camera froze. So we'll see what happens with that. We'll see what happens with that.
Stop beating up your camera, bro.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
Is Borderlands any good? Nixie, did you I hope you meant the movie, bro. Or I hope you're joking.
Well, some people say Borderlands is overrated.
What, the game?
Yeah.
There ain't no way in hell that Borderlands, the game, should ever be considered overrated.
So are you excited for Borderlands 4?
Yes. Of course I am. Because I still enjoyed 3, even though it wasn't as good as 2 or 1 by any stretch of the imagination. And even though Tiny Tina's, the main part of it was fantastic, and I will argue that Tiny Tina's main game is better than Borderlands 3 main game. So I would rank Tiny Tina's ahead of that. Mm-hmm. But Borderlands 3 still was an enjoyable game for sure. But yes, Borderlands is the granddaddy of looter shooters. Of course, it can't be overrated. 2 is one of the GOATs of all time. So yeah, no, I'm not going to hear any of that nonsense. Anyways, yeah, Borderlands 4, that announcement still? Hell yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Again, they didn't show anything. Supposedly there's a bunch of Easter eggs that Randy has been out here trying to tease or whatever the case may be. Some people think that they can see the date because we know it's next year. It's September 18th, supposedly. They can see the date in one of the fire sections, I guess, which is possible because all Borderlands games have launched in September. So the mainline Borderland games. So that would make sense. Excited to see that it was real. I mean, we'd heard the smoke. It made total sense that, of course, Gearbox is working on Borderlands 4. Can't wait to see where they take the series. Hopefully they will learn from Borderlands 3 what they didn't get right, lean more back into 2 again, and go from there. Hopefully it's not a tie-in to the movie, which was absolutely disgustingly bad according to everybody, and I will not be watching, but just the cast. Hopefully that Borderlands 4 brings back some of the magic that 2 had, but I'm always down for a Borderlands game. This makes 2025 even more exciting for me that we are getting a Borderlands game. I will be there day one. Okay? Pure and simple. Fast food. I love it. I love it, and I always will love it. And if they do something great and it winds up being more like 2, then okay, well, even better. But no matter what, I'm going to like it. I can almost guarantee you that unless they totally F it up.
It's fire. I don't know if I'll be there or not. Just because I don't have the...
I got to give you credit, Steele. You were there day one for Tiny Tina. So you get credit. You get extra credit just for being there day one on Tiny Tina.
You know what's crazy? I was there day one for Borderlands 3 as well.
You were?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I was there for because and shout out to my brother. He was so excited about Borderlands 2. Yeah. Not that he was, so he really loved Borderlands 2. So off of that, I was like, oh, well, maybe I'll jump into Borderlands 3 then. And then Borderlands 3 came out, and I was like, I was playing through it. I don't even know. I probably beat it. I don't remember if I did or not, though. I know I got pretty far in it. Okay. And I asked people, I asked my brother, I was like, oh, so this is, because I wasn't like really satisfied with it. And I asked him, I was like, this is what Borderlands is? He was like, yeah, no, to be fair, this isn't, Borderlands 2 was much better than this. Yeah. I was like, oh, okay, got you. So.
Did you have more fun with Tiny Tina's than you did Borderlands 3?
Oh, 100%. It's not even close. Oh. Yeah, it's not even remote. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Tiny Tina's was closer. Like that's, yeah.
Yeah, it's not even remotely close. As far as which one was better. Tiny Tina was leagues of a better game. And I mean, again, somebody was talking about it this week. I forgot who, but they were saying Tiny Tina wasn't all that great. Like it might have been. I think I might have heard something from Colt or somebody. He was saying. I think that he was saying that the characters talk too goddamn much. I thought it was funny as fuck. I mean, me and Pawn were fucking cracking up the whole time. Bro. Maybe we're just easy to please. Maybe that's what it is.
And there's no doubt that I love Tiny Tina. Okay, let me tell you, she's one of my favorite video game characters of all time. I thought about getting a Tiny Tina tattoo at one point, and I was like,
yeah, because I think it was
borderline. As borderline, I'm like, okay, that might be a little too much. But I love her as a character, and Tiny Tina's Wonderland. They wrote her she's classic. So yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying that, like, she was just used too much in the game as well, and for a game that was focused on her, it took away the magic of what made her special. And I was like, damn. I mean, I guess from a casual perspective, it may be like her more than I ever did before. It made me more aware of her. Like I don't know. So that was interesting. So that's been just interesting to see. But yeah, man. So hopefully Borderlands 4 is of the ilk of what they did with Tiny Tina. Hopefully with better end game as well. I would like to see a better story be done for those who think that Tiny Tina didn't have a decent plot or whatever. I mean, I like the gameplay elements of it. I like the board style of it, and whatever, I guess is a separate thing. But yeah, man. So shout out to Borderlands 4 for those who have interest in it.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll know once we start seeing the gameplay and we get closer to it. Still, we'll be able to tell a little bit how they're going about it. But yeah, man. I'd like to think that if they do, I guess if the positivity starts flowing and people get to try it a little bit early and start talking that it is closer to Borderlands 2, maybe I'll get you on board.
Yeah, we'll see. See what ends up happening. We'll see what games are around that time as well.
Yeah.
What's really pulling our attention.
Man, it just doesn't get any better. So many freaking cool guns.
Fair.
Anyways.
I don't have any other ones to throw in here other than Mafia, the Old Country, kind of being like on the back end of my list. They just kind of showed a trailer for it, a little tease for it. So that was the only other thing that I had on my list personally. Was there anything else that kind of stood out to you or that you kind of wanted to speak to or let people know about?
I mean, I gotta shout out this game, Steel. I have to, and I think that people need. It's going to be coming to pass for all of us Xbox fans out there.
What is it?
Atomfall.
Atomfall.
Yep, from
I
Rebellion.
keep hearing about this.
Yes. Listen. Go watch the. It was on the first. So Wednesday, I think. I gotta go again. I haven't watched all of the show yet. I haven't watched everything. It's impossible. There was so much information, but I caught it. They were highlighted during Xbox, during their daily shows, right? So on IGN, Xbox's live shows that they were doing, they had the devs from Atomfall up there. We saw Atomfall at the Xbox Showcase earlier this year. We were like, "What is this?" For anybody who knows, Rebellion is famously the makers of Sniper Elite, right? We also got a new Sniper Elite Steel announced, Resistance, which is dope as fuck. That's coming to Game Pass next year as well. So we're getting two games
for Elite Resistance. Is it still more of that World War II?
Yes. This is going to be the France Resistance. Yep. This is going to be the French this time around. So, yep. So more World War II, but it is coming to Game Pass, day and date, Steel. So we will be able to get a little co-op in again if you want to, because it's freaking so much fun.
I liked what we played at Sniper Elite.
We had invasions when we had the people.
That was fun. I just wish I want a more modernized version of it, man.
I know you do. But that's what they do, man. It's it is what they think. Anyways. But Atomfall was the unknown wild card because this was out of the blue for Rebellion. Yes, this is set in the past as well. It's actually set around the first nuclear disaster, which was over in the UK, right? Okay. Which most people don't ever talk about, right? So they set it up from that standpoint. They take influence from Fallout and other games as well. This is going to be Rebellion's version of kind of like an not open world, right? But a definitely more immersive sim style game where you get to go meet NPCs with some RPG elements and you get to go make decisions, and those decisions are going to affect the gameplay as well. And it's kind of set in this, again, around this nuclear disaster where it kind of alters everything. There's kind of like these steampunk mechs that are a part of it. So it's an alternate reality on top of things. Watching the dev and listening to the dev talk about how much work has gone into this game and what they're going for, and then seeing the new additional gameplay. There's like 15-20 minutes of gameplay being played in the background by IGN, so you could watch it while listening to the dev. Sold me completely on this game, and this game is coming to Game Pass as well. I'm sold. This game is high on my list. It's going to not be like some AAA blow your mind, but it's AA. It's Rebellion. You already know the gunplay is going to be good. They're doing more melee this time around as well. So you get like cricket bats and shit. And you can go beat people up and that kind of thing. But again, more so to me was them talking about the different characters you're going to meet, the NPCs, the decisions that you're going to have to make in this game. He said that you're going to have to decide. People are going to ask you for help in this game, right? Because you're trying to kind of escape this area. You're kind of in this bubble zone due to the nuclear explosion. Some people are going to offer to help you escape or help you get things. You're going to have to decide whether to tell them the truth or not, because not all of them are going to be telling the truth.
Okay.
So you might help somebody out that double crosses you. You might help somebody out that actually winds up being an enemy. Okay, so you're going to have to make that choice. So that kind of stuff, that's when my ears perk up. I'm like, oh, all right, Rebellion, we're doing something completely different from your straightforward sniper elite. Just go and sneak around and, snipe people. This is going to be in your face, a little bit more brutal. So yeah, Atomfall shot up my list due to Gamescom. I was already excited to see more from it, but now that I've heard the devs talk about it, Atomfall is on my high list next year, for sure.
Yeah, it looks good too, quality wise. So yeah, for it to come into Game Pass, that's super dope to see. Paul, I don't know if you saw the more recent Dragon Age Veilguard gameplay, or combat overview gameplay that I sent it to you in a DM as well, bro. This might be the Dragon Age for me.
Good. Happy for y'all. Happy for y'all. Go
I don't know. I mean, I was liking what I was seeing in the little gameplay overview that they put out there. Apparently that was shown during Gamescom as well. So that was interesting. I just was scrolling down the timeline. I hadn't seen the combat overview, and again, I mean, it looks like somewhat traditional, where you can still stop the gameplay, kind of assess your situation, have certain characters cast certain abilities on certain types of enemies, but you're also more in the action-oriented side of it, where you're in the face. There's executions. There seems to be a diverse palette of things that can be done. Dragon Age Veilguard. I just wasn't expecting. I thought it was going to be something else. I think it was a little bit more simplistic. So, okay. So I guess I throw that up there. Kind of, it's more so on my radar, I'll say, than it was before. So,
was it more so? What caught what? Okay, so because let me look what you sent me. I think I know what you're talking about. What you probably saw. Was it high level gameplay?
Yeah, it's about.
Was it high level stuff?
Yeah, they start showing it at about 35 seconds into the clip, where she's throwing the shield like Captain America and shit, all the extra shit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care about that.
The skills that you're seeing, or the actual
it's the variety of skills with the action. It looks more much more action oriented, and the way that it's being done is much more appealing to me, even in comparison to like Inquisition. Because Inquisition was action focused as well, but it felt weird to play, right? Especially if you were trying to be like more of a melee focused class, it felt weird to play. It wasn't appealing to me. Again, I'm more of that echelon of being able to dodge and move around and stuff like that. And they seem to be putting a lot of that into this one. So that's what has my interest in it. But I can kind of run down the list real quick for the different things they're supposed to be bringing in. Let's see if I can find some good points. There's supposed to be 3 equipable runes that they're supposed to provide a variety of control, utility, and additional damage to synergize your build. So that's cool. Each class unique customizable abilities.
For example, warriors have certain abilities that deal fire damage, so that's cool. There are specializations that are unique to each class. Combat for each class has 4 core moves: jump, dodge, light attack, heavy attack, which can be chained together. So that might be one of the main focuses that has happened. You can dodge mid attack. That's a huge boon for me. I love seeing stuff like that. Again, just gamify it more. This is like, let's make it more centralized around being a game. Light attacks do light damage and add small amounts of stagger. Heavy attacks do more damage and build up stagger, so there's going to be a stagger system. Enemies are more vulnerable, fully staggered. I also saw there were some executions and stuff that could be done in there. There's heavy attacks that can be charged, that are called, can do destructive energy kind of blasts or waves. Attacks can be triggered while sprinting. Each class has ranged attacks, blocks, and 2 distinct weapon sets. You can pause with the ability wheel for more precise control. Assign companions to attack specific enemies. I mean, again, there seems to be like the iteration, like when you talk about those turn-based games innovating, this is seemingly like something that Final Fantasy could probably dig a little bit more into and do for those people that want more of that slowed down experience, right? Something more akin to classic Final Fantasy. Warriors are going to have a grappling spear, which can pull enemies closer. It just seems to be more on the combat centric side of things. Let me see if I can pull a little bit of that gameplay up on here. Not Avowed. I just pulled up Avowed again. And again, I went back and tried Dragon Age 1, 2. I didn't like the way that the games played within my first hour of playing those games. Take that as you will. It just didn't speak to me. I also tried to play Dragon Age Inquisition again. That didn't speak to me either. Maybe it was just a me thing, but it was just the combat felt extremely rough, and I wasn't having a fun time with it. Let me see if I can pull up the combat here. But this seems to be just so much more up my alley. Speaks to me. The combat seems to be more intuitive. Again, it seems like they're taking that next step forward. The thing about Dragon Age that makes it unique as well is what I've noticed is that the art style for these games has not been consistent. The game styles haven't been consistent either. So maybe these are the differences that they needed to make to appeal to a wider audience. Again, from everything that I had seen from Veilguard up to this point, there was some combat things that I'd seen also earlier that was like, oh, this seems interesting. But this time around, this high level gameplay just seems to be up my alley, at least and things that kind of speak to me. So I don't know. So I just feel something different about this. It gives me a Gauntlet Legends kind of feel. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't know. So
sure.
Especially with the abilities and stuff. But
awesome. Hopefully it turns out fantastic. Like I said,
hopefully.
I need people to talk positively as far as the stories and the characters go, because right now the characters are not appealing to me at all. But I need people to tell me that I'm wrong and that the characters are great. The stories are fantastic. That BioWare, this new BioWare knows what the old BioWare had, because my Mass Effect, the new Mass Effect that they're working on, needs to be good for me. Right? They screwed up Andromeda. Andromeda sucked. I have no faith that this BioWare can still pull it off per se. And again, what I've seen from Dragon Age isn't appealing to me. But again, I was never the biggest Dragon Age fan. I've been straight up about that. So, loved the first Dragon Age, liked the second one, and then Inquisition lost me. I played more of the multiplayer of the dungeon run than I did of the single player game. So again, BioWare has been on a downfall for me. So I need this to prove me wrong, because I have to have hope in the new Mass Effect. I have to be able to hope that the Mass Effect, they can actually recapture some of the original trilogy and bring it back. So I want this to be good. Like I said, I'll play it once it drops into EA Play. I'll go check it out.
Yeah, it's gonna be in there. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll do a 10-hour trial or something.
Maybe, it might be a 10-hour trial. Maybe I'll try it.
Did they do that? Trial. I can't remember if they ended up doing that with Inquisition when it released, because I do remember trying Inquisition before, and I feel like I only tried it because it was a trial for it.
because I didn't buy the game. I know I didn't buy it.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
maybe that's something that they'll do. So at least you'll be able to try it out if they do give you 10 hours to kind of get a feel to see. Because I know these games are much longer than 10 hours, right? Typically.
Yeah.
Because especially with the content that they bring in and everything, like I've heard stories about Inquisition, just being fucking hundreds of hours.
The looting in the dungeon runs were fun as hell in Inquisition. I had a mess with those. Those were cool. They're repetitive as hell. I don't care. You know me and the grind. I love that shit, bro. So that was fun as fuck. But yeah, I can't wait.
I wonder if there's I don't know. Maybe there's not.
People's thoughts.
I wonder if there's going to be co-op in here, because co-op in this would be dope. Kind of what we were looking for in
There's no
what was the game that we played co-op that was like a fantasy element game? Said you had Drizzt in it.
Yeah, the one we were talking about last night. It had the Dungeons and Dragons, the Forgotten Realms one.
Whatever it was called.
Yeah. I forget. It may have just brought
Dark
up
Alliance. Dark Alliance. I think it was called.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean that one was kind of fun. It was kind of like it wasn't what we thought it was going to be, right? But this one,
it had its moments for sure.
Yeah, it did. We were having fun with it. It was, but it had some bugs as well.
Oh yeah.
We got into the story. We got like chapter 3 or 4, or like or whatever, and section.
It was one of those games, that as further you got, the worse it got. It was
weird.
See the development. The bigger the game got for the development team, the less they finished.
At least on release.
Right?
At least on release.
Yeah, at least on release, right? Yeah. But it had its moments. It had some fun to it.
Yeah, we were having some fun in there. Everybody was like had their classes, and we were feeling good, and it was really dope.
I started Atlas Fallen, by the way, too.
Oh, I did. You didn't mention in the beginning. You did hear about that. I was actually going to say that if you ever ended up wanting to do some co-op in Atlas Fallen, because it's drop in, drop out co-op.
Yeah. I looked at it and it was all dropped. I was like, oh, cool, man. I wonder if Steel wants to run back, because they just dropped that new DLC too. It's free, the expansion.
Yeah, I mean, so if you're ever if you're interested, man, I mean, do some co-op in there or something. Get some game time in there. I really enjoyed Atlas Fallen for what it was. Again, the weakest thing about the game was the ending of the game.
Sure.
Other than that, I think it's an 8 out of 10 game. The ending made it a 7 out of 10 game because of how fucking mediocre it was. It could have made it a 6 out of 10. How steep off a cliff it fell, but maybe they adjusted some of that stuff. And like it's like,
because so far the story's been decent.
The story is solid. Yeah, the story is decent, makes sense. Like it's not over the top or anything. And I know they said that they changed some things as well. They adjusted some of the some of the voiceovers and conversation styles and things. And I think they said they changed the intro sequence as well.
Okay. I wouldn't know, because I'm just playing through it for the first time, so right. I don't know what's different. So it'd be crazy to hear if you think it's been totally changed, or if it's like giving you a different impression.
Oh, for me, I would just go in. I'd be going into a new game plus kind of scenario. So essentially, like if I played with you, I'd be carrying everything that I had already over. So I'd essentially be OP as fuck, and like I'd be the kind of like your guy. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, because it scales with you as well. Like
sure,
people really overlooked Atlas Fallen as far as because I heard you mention Darksiders. It literally is that. It feels like that. Yeah. The gameplay feels like it's not overly serious. It's extremely generous with the parry mechanics that it has in it as well. It's extremely generous. It feels really good to play as you progress through the game and you get more powers. You decide kind of how you want to play, because they also have kind of like what I was mentioning in Black Myth Wukong, where it's like you unlock these different relics and stuff like that. And it can change as long with the skill tree. Like me and you can play completely different from one another and get completely different experiences in combat. But that sand traversal felt super dope to play. Yeah, I think it would be some fun to have in co-op if you ever want to do that, man.
Yeah,
I'll read that. I mean, if you're for sure
about it. You guys weren't aware, it dropped in the Game Pass, so the free expansion's there with it too.
Please play it.
So it's a free expansion. It's all there, it's included. So
don't listen to Rand, who tells you that it's a bad game. The game is not fucking bad.
It literally
so far,
is.
I don't know why you would think it was a bad game, like at all. But anyway.
Even on release, that game was fun. And shout out to Focus for giving me the code for Live a Split Screen to do that game.
Did get that. You did get that. Yeah, that's right. Shout out to Rand though for finally going and playing Cyberpunk and realizing it's a generational game, by the way, too.
Oh, I thought that was funny as well.
Yeah. After all this time, he has never played Cyberpunk. Finally, Rand went and played. Shout out to Rand too for getting COVID though and feeling like shit. So I hope you're feeling better, brother. But shout out to Rand for finally going and playing Cyberpunk and realizing that it is generational.
Yeah, it's a game of the generation. It's if there was a top 5 of the generation, Cyberpunk has to be up there in the top 5. Wherever you want to move it to, you can move it, but. What it can do on PC visually right now with mods?
Once on PC, it's gonna be
bro. The way that the game looks on PC, especially when I was watching, my wife, the wife was playing. I mean, the wife played it essentially damn near back to back, bro. She has like 500 hours of Cyberpunk.
Got more than me. That's fucking nuts,
bro.
That's fucking nuts.
And she just went through
I'm gonna double dip because I
Liberty DLC, bro.
Yeah,
I'm really love that
playing that on PC. So I'm gonna go back and play a brand new playthrough on PC straight to finish with Liberty City. So yeah, that's gonna be
if you want to mod it out at least on the texture side of things and get some of the more visual things, we'll get you set up, man. Have you looking good? Because I want you to experience. It's fucking night and day. If you thought it was impressive when you played it on the
impressive. Seriously, but on the PC, I can't wait.
Bro, it's like it's a drastic difference. It's more in line with the original vision, especially with some of the things that you can add in there now as well. Bro,
and that's in the works too. We're gonna see that next gen too. We'll see it early next gen. Probably see that within the first couple of years of next gen. Cyberpunk 2.
Oh, so yeah, Cyberpunk 2 is gonna be crazy.
Yes, they're already in the works.
Depending on how they do the story.
Yeah,
it would have to be a different. It would have to be a different.
It would have to be a different character, different story, right? But they've set it up. They got the whole world, and now that they can do anything. Got a full-time team already. It's not as big as obviously the new Witcher team, which is the full game like that. That's what they're working on. But the fact that they're already working on Cyberpunk 2, when I didn't even know if we get a Cyberpunk 2, and that they already started it, and bro, we should get
now that they got the baseline, bro, like.
Cyberpunk
2 has to be with the raw running they showed with the mantis arms earlier on, like all the crazy shit that they said that we were going to be able to do. Cyberpunk 2 is going to be insane.
I hope they bring back the multiplayer too that they promised.
Do you think that they'll do a Cyberpunk, like call it Cyberpunk 2, or do you think they'll call it like Cyberpunk 2022, 2200 or some shit like that?
I think they'll give it a new date. I think they'll go with a new date.
I think that'd be the better
obviously
thing to
do. Everybody will know it as Cyberpunk 2, but they'll give it a new date.
What if they do like Cyberpunk 2092 and it has like this whole 90s futuristic theme to it, like a Blade Runner kind of feel, like more so.
Yeah, something's happened, something major's happened. That's what I want to see is where they take it. Like what's happened since whatever decision. Are they going to carry over one of the decisions?
That would be dope too.
Did that decision really fuck shit up, right? Right? Did that super secret one, the one I got, did that have a lasting impact of what went on there, right? Like, that would be yeah. So, see, I was just thinking about that. I'm like, we're gonna get that. We should see that probably earlier on next year.
I don't want to see a trailer for it until a year before it comes out. I don't need another.
That's not how GDPR rolls either. We'll start hearing about it soon, bro. Once the new Witcher starts ramping up, then we'll get a little snippet of the new Cyberpunk. Don't worry.
Because we'll probably get Witcher 4 first before that.
We are. That's where their full team is on. Their full team is now on Witcher 4. They've got that ramped up to whatever 300 people or whatever the hell it is on Witcher 4. But they've got 50. I think the latest CDPR shows everything because they have to. They had 40 or 50 people I think working on Cyberpunk right now. So
okay, nice.
Yep.
Yeah, get that vision out there, flesh it out, man. Y'all got the bait, y'all got the bones now. You got the mods out there, get people involved. Like really, if you got the numbers on the first game, get the numbers and solidify yourself for the second one. So
give us that multiplayer, give us that DLC that you promised that you're famous for.
Well, being able to play co-op in that world, bro, would be fucking fire. Along with giving us like a third person, bro.
Mm-hmm.
like are fully like realized, so much potential. Give people options. Oh my God. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all that I had for Gamescom. Again, real quick comments on Opening Night Live. I haven't watched the entire show, but I have seen more people talk about Jeff Keighley seemingly coming across more of a pompous ass than ever before. I don't know about the legitimacy of any of that. But again, I'm always going to go back to, if Jeff Keighley's not going to do it, then who better? Gamescom seemingly could be an answer for the who better. But again, they're also later in the year. Right. It's not in that summertime. So right now, until we get somebody else that could represent our shows and represent these shows in a better light, I'm going to continue to hold his feet to the fire as well. Right. The way that he goes about the shows, how he handles them, the things that are going to be are shown here. Again, cool. You got a new trailer for Mecha Break. That's cool and all, but like, what is that doing for anybody? It's been shown multiple times over, right? We like to get some newer announcements, maybe some deeper cuts. Maybe this is that time where you dig a little bit deeper into that bag and into your relationships to get some looks behind the scenes. Maybe this is the time where you make it more about the devs before you run it into, for after Summer Games Fest, you take it into the Game Awards, right? Where that is seemingly more confusing, but does seem to be more akin to getting some more of those trailers and more of those bigger announcements, right? Right. Maybe there needs to be some adjustments made there. So that's kind of my thoughts about it so far. Hammering out some of the middle things. Also some of I don't know who you have for your writing team, but again, you're showing that I don't know if you're doing the writing, Jeff, but you're showing again that you are not part of the gaming sphere. You're coming across corny like some of the other random people that get brought into these events who seemingly know nothing about the industry or what's going on in the gaming sphere, or don't know how to talk about it and be energized about it, right? Look, I understand not everybody's me and Pong can do 5-hour shows talking about this shit, right? And bring in nonstop energy. But at the same point, like, bro, like y'all, when things come across cringy, it makes it hard to continue to represent this form of entertainment, because that's still a part of it that we have not crossed yet, right? I think Paris, regardless of how people feel about Paris Lily, I think Paris is a solid dude. Carries himself pretty consistently across the board, at least from what I've seen. And I still think that his show that he did with Xbox is probably one of the best representations of how to represent yourself on a game show or platform that we have gotten as of recent years. So, yeah, man, that's my only critique that I have for Opening Night Live. But I'm probably not going to watch the show back for what it was. Again, it's more about those highlights for me. So, is there any main takeaways for you that you got from Opening Night Live? Again, I know you said that you hadn't really had a chance to watch the thing in totality either. I did watch a bit of what Mav and them did on there. They had some things that kind of stood out to them and things that they liked and disliked. But outside kind of thoughts about the show, what you've been hearing and things like that. Any additional thoughts that you have?
I watched all of Opening Night Live. I watched the pre-show.
Okay, you did watch.
I did catch all of that. Okay. When I say I haven't been able to watch all the other stuff, I haven't been able to watch all the interviews, all that stuff. Yeah, the actual Gamescom itself, like the meat and potatoes of Gamescom. I've caught some of it for sure. Like I said, I saw the whole Atomfall stuff, and I've been watching a lot of the Xbox show stuff, but not in detail, not in depth. I still got to go back and watch the future game show that they had. Like, I've got to do all that. So as far as I've said it from the beginning, right? Everybody could use competition until somebody steps up, like you said, Steele, to take on Keighley one for one, or to create another show that is not necessarily competing, because obviously you're not going to compete in the same space per se, but an alternate show that brings that spotlight, right, to whatever it is, whether it's an award show or whether it's some type of Opening Night Live at one of these different events that happen throughout the year, whatever the case may be. Until you have another personality like Keighley that wants to show up in the space, right? Keighley is the dude. It is what it is, man. And again, shout out to him. Took full advantage of the decline of E3, left E3. He was a part of E3, created his own thing, and has, again, is he a net positive for the industry? I would personally probably say yes, he is a net positive for the industry because he has taken the number one form of entertainment now and tried to bring some of that flair that movies have had for freaking ever, or that the music industry has had forever, because those two have been such huge monsters as far as entertainment goes for people for so long, for decades upon decades upon decades upon decades, right? Whereas gaming is relatively new compared to them, especially in the spotlight. So Keely's done what he does best. You know, he's a showman, right? He's a carnival guy. Like he's that guy, and you're not going to like everything he does. And I don't like everything he does. And I think there is some attitude to him that isn't warranted, right? But again, that's ego. He's a part of that West Coast Hollywood type. So they come across that way. He thinks of himself a little bit bigger than he probably is, because he swims in those circles, right? Is what it is, man. So I overall, I thought the energy level at Opening Night Live was better than at his summer show. I thought that Opening Night Live for Gamescom was a better overall show than his summer case. I thought his energy level was better, right? I thought the crowd sucked. Again, for 5,000 people there at Gamescom, I wonder who's in that crowd, because it didn't feel like it was a bunch of gamers.
Yeah.
And so then I start questioning who are you bringing in, or at least who's in the front, right? Who's in the front that's going to be heard the loudest, right? At times, like, who are you inviting? Because it seemed like, are we to the point, I said this on Thursday, are we to the point now where these shows are more just about being seen and rubbing elbows than it is actually the enjoyment of the gaming industry and the games that are being shown? I mean, Steele, you said a lot of the games we had already seen and that kind of stuff. Yeah, but there was a lot of new announcements, and there was games across the board for everybody. And I just didn't hear the excitement from the crowd really for anything. And I was like, who's really at these shows now? Like, is this what we're doing? But I thought overall it was a better show than his summer showcase. So I thought he did a nice job, and I thought it kicked off Gamescom well. And I think my feeling all this week, but just seeing all this news, all these new announcements, right? All these new trailers. That was the other thing we mentioned last week, Steele, was like, yeah, we're going to see a lot of the same games that we already know about, but these people are bringing new footage. Like, this is going to be new gameplay. And from what I've seen, that has been the case. Like, it's been new gameplay. It's been new trailers, just special behind the scenes stuff that we haven't seen before, dev talks that we haven't heard from some of the devs. Like, that's what's been special about this week. So for me, it feels like I said, a second E3, or actually even a little bit more like the E3 of old, even though Xbox tries to carry it on around that time frame. It's not the same because you don't have that many companies represented per se, like E3 used to bring everybody together. Gamescom feels a little bit more like that because so many people have been at this Gamescom showing off games, and so many publishers and devs and people, not just Xbox, even though Xbox dominated because they're so damn big and they brought 50 plus games to this one. I just felt that it had the better energy. It had the better industry energy overall. And I can't wait to continue to watch more and more stuff from there, which I'm going to do this weekend on top of things. So I thought it was overall good showing, and I thought Keeley did his thing again. And but I thought Opening Night Live was okay. I gave it a B. I thought it was a solid B between the pre-show and his main show. There was lots of stuff I enjoyed. There was new announcements. There was unannounced games being talked about. So overall, I thought it was cool, man. Some pacing issues, but nothing major. So yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
Oh, Decado, I'm right there with you. Hyper Light Breaker. I want to see more of that. That game has me extremely excited.
Did that get delayed?
Did I hear that get delayed? I think it got delayed in the 25, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I heard that got delayed. So yeah, that looks cool.
I think that's a co-op. That's a co-op action-based game as well. Roguelite. It's supposed to be really fun. I think that looks really fun. I have a high interest into it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have anything else off the heels of a Gamescom and the rest of the conversation that has happened this week. I feel like we've pretty much hammered out essentially every piece of it that we could, along with having some additional conversation, getting knee deep with indie frames, how we feel about how the industry is going, the direction. It's just so many great conversations to be had, and questions that need to be asked, and just have an overall conversation about what's happening. Brett Bingham says, Steel and Pong, I just beat Kunitsugami, probably won't give it another playthrough though. Tired of extra endings being hidden behind a more difficult game mode. Glad I gave it a try. Brett, I mean, if you've beat it, then the second time going through it, and I didn't know that it was going to have an additional ending, that kind of gives me a reason to potentially go back. For what I will say is that I don't think that the game is going to be more difficult going through it again, through New Game Plus. Reason being, if you went through it the first time and got the upgrades that you liked, it all does carry over. And I think it's probably going to be a little bit more simpler, especially with the understanding that you have. Now, if you just don't have the continued want to play, then I hear you on that, right? A lot of games you get that one playthrough and then kind of go through it again. And Lydian kind of just attested to the point that I was making. Lydian says Kunitsugami was dope. New Game Plus was a breeze. That's what I was imagining too. Again, you're starting it from the jump being way stronger than you were the first time that you went through it. And also having more of an understanding of how things work. So I think it would be a breeze. I don't know. Lydian, let me know. I don't know if you got the additional ending, but do you feel like the additional ending was worth that New Game Plus run? Because for me, I could probably just catch it on on YouTube or whatever to see what happens. Because I tell you, the first playthrough had me interested to see, like, what else is there, something else behind it. It gave me a little bit of a feel like there was potentially something else behind the curtain through a New Game Plus playthrough. But I'm kind of at a place. I mean, I'm also right there with you, Brett. Well, I'm not tired of there being of the additional ending, but I played what I want to of it. Brett says he's heard people say it's harder. Okay, well, I mean, then I get you. I get it. If it's not for you, I like it if it's worth going through, right? I'd rather it be more so like on a near type of level, where you're definitely getting something new, part of that experience when you're going through it those additional times, like vastly different feeling, especially. But nonetheless. But that's all I had on my record today, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have anything else that I wanted to dive into. Do you have anything else for the record, Pong, that you'd like to jump into?
No, go watch Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 gameplay as well. They did a nice deep dive on that expanded gameplay. That's just coming together so nice. It's gonna be a freaking amazing game, bro. Otherwise, everybody, please go to Steam. If you have Steam and wishlist a Tokyo Extreme Racer by Genki, please go wish that. Me and Mav are on a tear. We're gonna start a whole thing where we obviously advertise this. We need as many people as possible to wishlist Tokyo Extreme Racer. That's right. We brought it back. We manifested Tokyo Extreme Racer to come back. For anybody who doesn't know, it's one of BMA's favorite racing games from back in the day. Dreamcast, PlayStation, wherever you touched it at. Again, I was a Dreamcast guy. So Tokyo Extreme Racer was absolutely freaking amazing. This has been a lost IP for a long ass time. They've made spin-off mobile games for all these years, but they've never gone back to the traditional console-based kind of racing game that we fell in love with. And now it's not coming to console, but we figure if they get enough wish lists, they might think about bringing it to consoles. Coming to Steam first, PC. Go wish list Tokyo Extreme Racer. That was another big announcement this week. Again, out of all the stuff that we've wished for, we never thought this one had a shot. And here it is, Tokyo Extreme Racer, Steel. It's coming.
Yeah, shout out to Tokyo Extreme Racer.
I don't care. I don't care what it comes back at. I don't, just give it a little bit up to date, some decent car models, but just give me that nighttime Tokyo driving and racing on the freeway system. We good. I'm in.
I would rather give a shout out to the game Night Runners that's being done by a solo dev.
that seems to have a much more passion about it than anybody else has, and is in that same vein of Tokyo Extreme Racer. And actually, he's taking it even a step further, with it giving you a little bit more customization feel to it as well, and making it feel more of a personal experience. More akin to like what Mav talks about as far as like you getting a car and upgrading that car, and you really feeling the differences in the cars when you upgrade them, and going into that along with giving you more diverse track paths and whatnot. Although, I mean, again, it's the highway. Supposed to get used to it and have a good feel for it. But yeah, shout out to Night Runners. I think he still has the prologue out right now. He's looking for more backing and funding for his game. Or their game, whoever they are. So I would say shout out to Night Runners as well if you are looking for a game that is in that Tokyo Extreme Racer feel. But seems to be done by somebody who's extremely passionate about it and wants to get his game more recognition. So Night Runners on Steam. I want the game to be able to come on consoles as well. So yeah, man.
Go do that, and also wishlist Tokyo Extreme Racer so we can get both.
There you go.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think that is
a good time. It's good time to wind it down. I
think that is good. Yeah, I'll do the same.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to thank you all for joining us on episode 162 of Living Split Screen. Hopefully, through all the little things that we were having, I was having some hardware issues earlier with the camera, trying to get it back. I got it set up though. Didn't see any camera shaking today, so that's super dope. I can move around on my keyboard, not be so concerned about me shaking all over the place. So there is that, and hopefully you guys enjoyed the conversation. Again, we had a lot of different angles we came from today, a lot of varying conversations to be had. And for those that are interested, even on the audio side of things, that's why we typically have timestamps in everything as well, typically on an episode by episode basis for those who maybe you only want a certain part of the conversation that you want to hear or you have interest in, and you can tune in those sections, man. So I appreciate everybody who tunes in now or is tuning in after the fact. Last week we had one of our definitely bigger episodes, but again, Saturday definitely tends to be a busier day for people. So whether you're watching us now, watching this later, or you don't watch us at all, or you tune in every week, we greatly appreciate everybody who is here and continues to support and show love. Again, it's all about the people who show up in chat, being able to have those wide-ranging conversations, even if you disagree. Just kind of being able to, agree to disagree and kind of moving on from there. I think that's one of the most beautiful things about Living Split Screen. Again, I do want to make the announcement once again. Gundam Breaker 4 will be releasing next week. I will go out on the ledge. I will stand out on the mountaintops and tell you it is one of the best looter brawlers on the market. If you're into mecha, if you're into Gundam, if you like robots at all, I cannot recommend playing Gundam Breaker enough. Not new Gundam Breaker, not that knockoff bullshit. No, I'm not talking about that. We're talking about Gundam Breaker 4, made by the original dev team who did the other Gundam Breaker games, a game that was traditionally never released in the West. This is going to be the first time that Gundam Breaker is going to be released in the West. Again, I'm not including new Gundam Breaker because nobody cares about that garbage. This is the first time this game is going to be having official release in the West. It's only going to be available on Nintendo Switch, on PlayStation and Steam. So unfortunately, it's not going to have an Xbox version. Hopefully, it does get one within the year of the game releasing. That would be super dope to see, but I do want this to get as much coverage as possible. Again, this is a game that nobody else in these streets is going to end up talking about. I'm even debating whether I should start a specific channel for it because I know there's not going to be any content for it. I might make my main channel that, because I don't want to turn Living Split Screen to this is where you get all your Gundam Breaker 4 content. No, I don't want to end up doing that, but it is literally one of those. It's being highly slept on. Many people are looking over. Even the big conglomerates do not have it on their upcoming games list. I'm going to be giving away 4 copies of Gundam Breaker 4 next Saturday for anybody that is interested. So just be here and you'll be able to win one of those copies. If for whatever reason you win a copy and you do not have a Nintendo Switch, a PlayStation, or PC, we will re-roll in chat, and you have to have a way for me to get accessibility to you. I can deliver it via email. I prefer to do it all through X, otherwise known as Twitter, because I can confirm that you have gotten it, and I can confirm that that code did go out. It's one of our, it's a way for us to one, show love back to the community, but also do it for a game that I have 100% support behind, and I'm not being sponsored for it, man. So keep that in mind as well. But if you're interested in that, follow us on. Make sure you're following us on Twitter. Make sure you're following Living Split Screen as well. And again, I will be giving 4 copies away next Saturday. No, Ghost Wolf, it is not on Xbox, unfortunately. It is only available on PlayStation, Nintendo, and PC, unfortunately. So just keep those 3 in mind, available everywhere else but Xbox. So just keep that in mind as I do the giveaway. So be on the lookout for that. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you could find me, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain that's He is a 7 everywhere. Google is probably the easiest place to type that information in and find all my sources. But I do frequent the streets of Twitter, otherwise known as X, and also the Xbox ecosystem, because it just works so well in tandem between the console and the PC itself. Hey, Ghost Wolf, it is available on PlayStation 4 as well. So it's a PlayStation 4, 5, Nintendo Switch, and Steam. So there is that. So keep that in mind. Yeah, I don't think I had anything. Oh, Living Split Screen every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. Home of that RTS view where we pull ourselves out of the map. Where we pull ourselves back out of the map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation, but also the foundation for those potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there. Forgetting the saying, and I've been saying it week to week. You can tell us about that time. But enough of
tentacle
that.
porn popping up on your screen.
I'd hope not. But enough of that. Pong. It was a wonderful episode. We hit a lot of different angles today. It was a great conversation to be had, man. We're very passionate, loving, and man, just appreciate being able to do this on a week-to-week basis. So, but get these beautiful people out of here and let them know where they can find you, bro.
Yep, you're wrong about Indiana Jones.
Hey, man. Hey, Phil, how you feel?
No, what a way to start the Saturday off here with talking to my brother and getting right. We were doing intros. We were doing what we've been playing, and all of a sudden we start the whole damn fucking show and go on 2-hour rant. And
it was having a good conversation.
Yeah, no, great conversation. And obviously the chat was passionate about it as always, too. So thank you all for being here, and you guys are amazing, each and every single one of you. Again, Steele's already said it multiple times. We say it all the time. Anytime we get into these conversations about this stuff, no matter what, we respect everybody's opinions, even if we differ. And again, we have those conversations all the time. We get you guys involved, even when it is a, hey, don't agree with that.
Oh, did we do shout outs? I don't think we shout out at the chat.
No, we didn't. We missed all that. We didn't do that. So we'll get you guys back next week. That's like 1 out of 100 that we ever miss a show where we don't do it. But we were so wrapped up in all that stuff, man. So we will definitely shout out the chat extra next week. But
we'll do it all for
next week, guys. Yeah, we will. But the facts are the facts. Again, you can come here and you can come disagree. And it doesn't matter as long as it doesn't turn personal, as long as it doesn't get ugly, as long as it doesn't get stupid or weird or just, again, there's enough clowns and tomfoolery out here in this community, man. Our chat's not going to be one of those places, but this is a place for open discussion. It is a place where we can have different opinions and different likes and all that kind of stuff. And it doesn't matter at the end of the day because everybody who comes here is a gamer. And that's what it's all about. And if we couldn't talk about plastic boxes anymore or the business side of things anymore, that was outlawed for some stupid reason, we'd still come here and talk games. So that's where we all are in our hearts, and that's all that matters. So thank you for bringing the passion today, chat, and matching Steel and I's passion for what we do here. It's all love, all respect, again, because you're giving us everything, the most precious thing that you have, which is your time. And then that can't be given back. It can't be replaced. So, man, each and every single one of you, thank you for making a great start to the Saturday with me and Steel on Living Split Screen. Otherwise, you guys know the drill. Pong Soul on Xbox, Pong Soul on the X, formerly known as Twitter, Pong Soul on GOG, Pong Soul on Steam, Pong Soul on Epic, wherever. Find me, I'll find you back. Shop Podcast is back, everybody. It started last week. We are back full-time. PTK is back in the swing of things. So PTK Blam's channel, Fuzzy Belvedere, myself, the best way to end your Saturday nights, the Shop Podcast. Tonight we have Web Dave, and we've got the Ego himself showing up, which is always a joy. And Infinite Umbra is going to be there. So I guess if you like Infinite Umbra, drop on in. Again, you'll hear me and him banter back and forth. I love Umbra. So we always have a good time. But Saturday night, Shop Podcast tonight, the best way to end it. Be there, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. And then, of course, next week it starts all over again. You got to check out Double Barrel Gaming. Boomstick's the man, 5 days a week. But Tuesdays is Xbox Factor Podcast, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Join the crew there for all good things green. My week starts Thursday over on the Fun Speculation Network with the one and only Sniffles, a.k.a. Fun Speculation, a.k.a. Mav on Thursday nights. That's right. PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time every Thursday, and then back at it Friday nights if I can be. It is Xbox Ultimate. The family gets together on Friday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. We have lots of laughs, but we also have lots of good talks too. Last night, 3-Bit got to join us, which was always cool when he can. Yeah, be there on the same channel. And then, of course, God willing, right back here. Same bad channel, same bad time next week with this guy right here. The crazy one, the live Mr. Live Raw and Uncut himself, Steel Rain, for another episode of Living Split Screen. One of my favorite people in the whole damn wide world. So, guys, gals, it's the golden age of gaming. So enjoy the rest of your weekend. Please get out there, play what you love what you play. And I'm going to talk to you all real soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, greatly appreciate you for hanging out with us here, and we'll catch you on the next one. Much love, stay safe, and be easy. Peace.
Just one question. What if you miss?